Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's time. It is time. It's time, my friends, for Emerald Legacy. Okay? You know what? I shouldn't have started because I was just thinking I really have to pee. But what happened to that debate you were gonna have? Listen, I'll talk about this for like 2 seconds since we don't have very many people here. It's been a rough couple of like weeks for your boy, and I just couldn't bring myself to stream. Just a absolute fuckload of IRL shit getting to me. So haven't been able to bring myself to stream, haven't had time or the drive to do it like at all. But I might reach out to him here in a little bit to have that conversation. Because I, not gonna even lie, I completely forgot about it by now. I was really pissed when I made that offer to talk to that guy. But yeah, okay. I said that I was gonna start, and I totally went from the starting soon screen to here. But look at this. We have Pokemon. Look at that intro screen. It's Pokemon Emerald Legacy. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's the new Legacy game that Smith plays Pokemon. Oh fuck. Am I thinking of the wrong YouTuber? The fuck is his name? Emerald Legacy. Yeah, it's Smith plays Pokemon. Listen, I don't usually give shout outs to people to go out and, follow other people. But let me tell you something. If you guys like Pokemon at all, this guy with his Legacy games. Oh, wait. You know what? I just realized I never turned down the music enough. There we go. This guy's Legacy games, unironically fuck. Okay? These games fuck hard. They're really good. Okay? Just saying. All right? So watch the intro cinematic. I'm gonna piss, and then we're gonna play that, and we'll watch videos. I guess we're just gonna chill and see what happens today. All right, one more second. Get that. For a video in DMs, I think I opened it up. I didn't respond. I think I read it. I'm pretty sure that there's a good video for that already. I don't even understand what you said. I have an email idea for a video. What? I don't know what that means, unless that's just a mistype. One second. Let me also fix this candle. Okay. Typo? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I think that there is a good video about that, but maybe here's one thing that I'm not gonna even lie, I have considered doing recently. I have considered doing some scripted content, like writing stuff out, but that just require like I mean, you guys know me. I'm not that good at doing stuff off stream. Stream is a very good what's the word? Stream is a very good format for me because I can, just kind of like start stream and then go and then see, blah, blah, blah. All I have to do off stream is like read, which I would do anyways. But when it comes to like writing out a script and shit like that, I don't know. I'd consider it, but maybe we'll look more into that. Oh my god, you just posted like 5 links just right now. Oh, also, like, how long do I plan to be live today? Why, is there a specific reason that you're asking that? Like, is someone saying that they want to talk? Because I can make it work if that's the reason. I don't have like a specific plan or anything. No. I don't want to click on any of the anti like Jewish memes. Like, here's the thing when it comes to that. Like, I think I'm like really tired. There's not even that one commenter asked. Tell them to DM me on Discord or on Twitter, and we'll set something up for today, if possible. Yeah, when it comes to the like anti-Semitic, look, all the people who own these companies are all Jews and therefore blah blah blah, they rule the world or whatever. Like, nobody who didn't want to believe that is going to believe that in the first place. And anyone who does believe that wants to believe it, right? They want to believe it. There's not going to be any convincing anyone out of it. Making fun of them doesn't work because then it's just like you're a stooge of the Jew. I don't know, outside of like a direct conversation where you can directly confront their beliefs. I don't know what use there is in engaging with that kind of stupid, insane bullshit. Like, I'm not for, like, oh, we can't platform the ideas. It's just like, what is the purpose of engaging with it when it's a lose-lose, Yeah, the Jew oligarchy. Like, it's a lose-lose. You either lose because you are engaging in the first... Well, that's what it is. You're engaging you're losing by engaging in the first place. And I did see something about Candace Owens putting out like a documentary, like an anti-Jew documentary. But I don't know. Like, on one hand, you see it more, but I also think, I do really think this. I do think that, like, the reason that we see that... Oops, I just hit start all, and I don't know what that... Stop. I don't know what that... Oh, it's playing Zelda music now. I think that the reason that we see that so much is because we engage in politics on Twitter and shit like that, right? I don't think that those ideas are getting more popular per se, right? I think that the people that want to believe it are just like getting more information to say it, right? I don't know. And maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe there will be some kind of polling or whatever the fuck that comes out that completely blows what I'm saying out of the water. But it does feel like there's a specific segment of the population that is primed to want to believe that sort of shit. Yeah, the summary is Elon turned Twitter into a Nazi site. Because you would occasionally see something like that, occasionally, very, very occasionally, on Twitter. But not on a regular basis, right? Not on a regular basis at all. But now it's like half of them. Why are you saying all it takes is for Trump to push it for 10 minutes and a huge percent of USA will believe it? Well, that's true. That's absolutely true. I won't even lie about that. The second that Trump says something about that, but like, here's the thing. I don't think Trump is, and me and my girlfriend had not an argument, but like a short discussion where we disagreed about this. I don't think that Donald Trump is particularly like super racist. I don't think that he's particularly anti-Semitic. I don't think that he's particularly misogynistic, right? I don't. He has a very, and maybe I just have some family and some people that I've met in my life that are like this, and I'm the outlier, but I know a lot of boomers that are kind of like him, you know, where they'll say some like crazy out-of-pocket shit and then like act like, whoa, why are we all mad at me for this? Why, like, this is a totally normal thing to say. And then, you know, so they'll say like the super out-of-pocket thing, but then they'll show some like genuine, like, yeah, I don't care if like someone's black or if they're trans or if they're gay or anything, right? Just like, you know, they have like the boomer version of they're like boomer woke, right? And I don't know how else to describe it other than that. And maybe that's a problem with me, but like, it's like boomer woke. And I think that that's what Trump is. It's just like very normal boomer behavior. So I don't think that Trump would ever post anything that had to do with Jews controlling the world, especially since he's so pro-Israel in the first place, you know? But I could be wrong. I'm always willing to be proven wrong. All it takes is for Israel to... No. I don't even think that. Because, again, you have to think about, like, the context of when boomers grew up, right? It was right after World War II, right? Right when all of the, you know, all of the Nazi stuff was getting revealed to the public. Because I don't think that it was until the 1960s that the full scope was made as public as it was, or as it is, of the Holocaust. I think I'm like, I have medium confidence in what I'm saying right there. I'm pretty sure that I'm right on that. It wasn't until like the 1960s that the full scope of the Holocaust really hit the mainstream public, and everybody knew, like, oh shit, they killed 6 million of these people just like industrially. Jesus Christ, you know? That's what it is here. People are like fine with gay people, but think pride parades are cringe. Well, it's not even that. Like, so I don't know if I've ever talked about this. I have an uncle who excommunicated himself from my family, right? We would all love it if he came back, right? If he wanted to rejoin the family, but he separated himself from us because of a family feud, which was very sad for everyone involved. But he would say some of the most fucking outrageously fucking racist or homophobic shit that you've ever heard in your entire life. Not in like a hateful way, but just like a matter of factly, right? But then I remember him distinctly, like, because I thought that he hated fucking gay people, right? I really did. But then one day he's like, yeah, no, I remember I went out to the Pride Parade and, all those F slurs were dancing around their Speedos, so I stripped down to my skeevies and I went out and danced with them too, in the Pride Parade, Like, if they want to be proud of it, be loud and proud. It's like, Jesus, okay. I think that there is this like there's like the stereotypes are locked into their heads, right? That are negative. Those are locked into their heads, but they only come to the forefront when they have a specific person to be mad at, right? That's kind of how I see most boomers, or when they're trying to make a joke and they think that everybody understands the joke that they're trying to make, or that they think that the joke is still, in vogue or whatever. But that's how I see most boomers. It's not like they really, really virulently hate black people for the most part. I have met a couple of boomers who are very racist. I have met a couple of boomers who really do fucking hate trans people. I don't really know as many boomers nowadays that really fucking hate gay people, though. Like, specifically, the gays really ingratiated themselves to the boomers, right? And I'm talking about boomers and Gen Xers kind of together here. But yeah, like, people born from, like, the mid to late 50s to the early 70s, right? Like, it's not an accident that Hitler quotes slip into his speeches and language. People around him, speechwriters, are just Nazi. Right, but I don't think that, again, I don't think that they don't present themselves as Nazi to him. They present themselves as hyper-American. And I don't think that Trump is, well-read enough on history to know that the things that are being snuck into the speeches that are written for him are like Hitler quotes, Support for gay marriage among Republicans is down because it's a culture war issue, but the attitude towards gay people specifically. I'm not talking about like any policy. I'm talking about like the social attitude. I'm not talking about any policy. I'm not talking about anything else than the like visceral feeling that they, or not even visceral. There's a better word for this. Than their emotional feeling inside that they have towards a specific group or a specific person, right? It feels like super contradictory, I wonder about hate crime versus gay people have gone down. I would be unbelievably surprised if specifically against gay people. Now, if there's like reporting that says LGBT plus whatever hate crimes, I would imagine that there's a good chance that those have gone up, right? But if they split them up into like gay, lesbian, pansexuals, or whatever's, trans people, I would assume that like hate crimes against trans people and like non-binary people, right? Because people, will think that they're trans or whatever. I would imagine those might have gone up. I don't know off the top of my head. But against like specifically gays and lesbians, I would imagine that they've gone down. Hate crime, gays. Let's see. I'm actually curious. I actually don't know. Have increased in all but one category in 2023 on a year-over-year basis. Hate crimes against lesbian and bisexual persons decreased by 2 and increased by 43%. That's actually super surprising to me. Because I don't see very many people just getting mad at gay people nowadays, right? And maybe it's my media bubble or whatever the fuck, right? But yeah, everyone loves their lesbians. Well, who was it? Ariel Scarcella or whatever that said like they're taking our lesbians away from us. They're not calling them gay anymore. They are groomers. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Something else that I've been considering a lot lately is in terms of content. Sorry, this might be like a little like a bit of a tangential thing. There's so much just everything. There's so much news on every topic, and I don't have the benefit of someone like Destiny or Lonerbox or any of the like larger streamers that I tend to fall into the same content category as. I don't have the luxury to like sit there and read all day and just learn about everything that's going on all over the world on every single topic, right? Like I listened to a Destiny debate about shit going on with Trump or shit going on in regards to like weaponization of the DOJ or stuff like that. And fuck, there's names that I have heard, but I don't know who they are or what their relevance is. And I don't have time to go back and like, there's no easy TLDR place to learn about all of this, right? What is this? Check on this poll, click on Russia and see how few people think Russia is an enemy. Who is the worst enemy to America? Damn, dude, like Russia, China, and Iran, like they're all the same. The worst enemy to America is, I mean, I would probably say Russia, right? Is there an argument for, I mean, Iran is really bad. China is probably the least bad of the three, and that's saying something, right? You think China? China is probably the biggest threat overall, but would I say that they're the worst enemy that we have? Like the one that it poses the most immediate threat? I don't think so. I don't think that China poses the most immediate threat, and that's saying something because of Russia and Iran. But Iran, man, the more I learn about Iran, like it really is just like an evil fucking regime. Like it really is just they have no upside. There is no silver lining when it comes to Iran or Russia, really. Right? Iran funds death squads and terrorist groups across the Middle East. Like they are probably the singular biggest reason that the Middle East is destabilized, like to this day, since the rise of the Khomeini regime. The Middle East has become more and more and more unstable and destabilized and shit. And it's literally it almost all comes from Iran. Now, granted, the United States did not help. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and defend the United States like early 20th or early 21st century foreign policy, but man, it was a little fucked up before that, and part of that is because of Iran. actually, the majority of that is because of Iran, right? Russia seems worse. Russia is worse for us domestically, which is why I'm saying it's a toss-up between Iran and Russia, right? Yeah, and Russia also intervenes in the Middle East because they're also allies with Iran. So I would say, like, between these three, China is probably the least bad. Again, that's saying something, right? Because China is probably still, like, a pretty big enemy to the United States at this point. Like, we have a lot of trade still going with them, but they're also part of this axis of, multipolar world resistance against the United States. Like, they're definitely there. But Russia and Iran are just way more out front with it and way more direct. And this is, again, this could be coming from ignorance, okay? Because I think that China just did like a massive fucking cyber attack against the United States, right? I'd have to think about it. I think that China poses the biggest threat over the next 10 years. Russia probably poses the biggest threat in the immediate term, and then Iran is just like a fucking evil regime that like has killed, probably because of the actions of Iran, more people have died because of Iran over the past 20 years than the combined like entire Israeli-Palestine conflict and the war in Ukraine combined, you know? Iran was somewhat decent before you did the coup in 53. Yep, I'm not saying that American foreign policy, especially during the Cold War in the early 21st century, was like good. I would say that our foreign policy was like 50-50 on good and bad throughout the Cold War because of the Soviets. And then once the Soviet Union fell, I think our foreign policy like got way better because we stopped funding all of the dictators and we were top dog. And then Bush came in and fucked all of that. And then like after Bush, it's been like largely pretty good. I think that there's things that we could have done better, but we haven't done anything like overtly fucking evil, right? Whereas I can think of things that Russia and Iran have done with their foreign policy that are just like overtly fucking evil. China largely plays within the rules when it comes to foreign policy, right? At least as far as I'm aware. Like, they might do some scummy things, but they're not doing anything like, as far as I know, and you guys can totally prove me wrong on this, and I'm willing to admit it because I just don't know about it. Yeah, China does care about their PR, right? But like China doesn't fund death squads across like the entire Southeast Asia or fucking Middle East or anything like that, right? Like China does have its own like separation from the Russia-Iran kind of like duopoly of evil. Like I do think that Russia and Iran's like current regimes are like they're just fucking evil, dude. They're just like fucking, there's just nothing positive about them whatsoever. I'm trying to think of a single fucking good thing to say about either one of them. And I can't think of a single good thing to say. Like China, like I can at least say that they, for the most part, play within the rules of, like a liberal world order. Even if they're working to undermine that, like they play within those rules to undermine it, With China's population and U.S. Going to war with our immigrants, we will be fucked. I think that I think that anything to do with immigrants will take a massive back seat to anything that happens with China during Trump's presidency. I don't know about you guys. I'm going to say Russia. 6.3%. That's so fucking bad, dude. That's so fucking bad, dude. They said internal. We are our own worst enemy. Real quick, on the New Jersey drone thing, Charlie Kirk. Is Charlie Kirk oh, wait, hold on. Is this his official? Oh, it's his fan page. I thought this was his official Twitter. Reposted from r/conspiracy. Okay. Radar guy here. I know who is operating the drones. 25-year radar operator for a major agency here. Just thought I'd let you all know what has been going on these past few weeks. The drones are part of a military quote-unquote drill being conducted by Space Force. Everything is on a quote-unquote need-to-know basis, which is why there's so much confusion. What gets me concerned and why I had to make this post is that something big is about to go down. First off, I just want to say something. If this guy actually works for this post is absolutely bullshit, first off, because no one who works for any kind of intelligence agency is going to post it to fucking Reddit. No one's going to post it to fucking Reddit. Okay? And if they did, they would be found out very quickly, and they know that, right? But let's keep reading what he says. I happen to know that there are additional full lockout drills that are scheduled to take place between now and Christmas Eve. These operations involve the full turnover of all radio and radar and aircraft communications to the military for several hours at a time. That's not going to happen. Full turnover of all radio, radar, and aircraft communications between now and Christmas Eve during peak travel season. It's just not possible for them to do that without every single fucking person on the planet Earth knowing that they're doing it, right? In conjunction with that, there are also scheduled satellite launches off the books, which have been occurring since October, since they are setting up some kind of big show for the public very soon. CNN was even at our facility shooting pre-roll footage for a future story. I don't know exactly what is going on, but I do know this. Get ready. Peace and safety to all and your families. And then Charlie Kirk fan page, I thought it was his official Twitter, says, "We are fucked. The drones are Project Bluebeam. Look for vids of them transforming from balls of light to planes when filmed to see it for yourself. The government is not investigating. They are doing this. Whatever you see in the coming days is not God." Oh, Charlie Kirk made a video about it. Oh, cool. Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and get the short stream set up. And we'll start watching videos, okay? Okay, and this should work. It worked last time. Jesus, also my hair looks horrible. I put too much product in it. Now it's just like that. Okay, the privacy unlisted. Why? Privacy should be public. Save. There we go. Now we're live on Shorts. Yo, Tron. Okay. And let me pause the background music now. Okay, yeah, it does look like everything is working. Cool. All right. Let's see here. Let me move my windows back to where everything should be. I'll pop in my other earbud now. Not sure if I like my animation. I mean, I like it, but if you want to do anything to it, you're welcome to. The one with the girl? I like the one with the girl. I like the anime girl. But if you want to fix it, you're more than welcome to. I'll turn off that heater. Jesus Christ. All right. Let's see what this fella has to say about the New Jersey, whatever the fuck.
With the drones. I got it. We got to start with the drones. I'm going to let you actually start and
wait. Hold on. Let me check something. Are my earbuds just like off? Hold on. I need someone who's speaking.
Members of Congress and local elected officials are growing increasingly irate at the Biden administration's lack.
Audio was horrible. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that my earphones weren't messing up. But here's the thing. When it comes to the whole New Jersey drones thing, dudes, I'm gonna be honest. I'm going to be honest, it's almost certainly a military drill. It's almost certainly a military drill. Why is everybody losing their minds over this when it's almost certainly a military drill? If the federal government doesn't know who's doing it, quote unquote, and federal government doesn't know who's doing it, and they're also not concerned about it whatsoever, is it not just like the most likely scenario that it's a U.S. military thing that's going on? Why does anybody think that it's an enemy of the United States if the federal government isn't worried about it? Now, if it is in the federal government, if it turns out to be a foreign adversary that's doing this, and the federal government has been like, oh, no, it's not a big deal, blah, blah, blah, blah, then I'll be right there, arm in arm with the conservatives who have been freaking the fuck out about this, saying, oh, you know what, the federal government fucking lied to us, they're derelict in their duty, blah, blah, blah, blah. But as it stands right now, it feels like it's almost certainly U.S. military doing stuff, just like they were doing stuff with Area 51, and it turned out that they declassified all those things, and it was fucking it was our own planes. Yeah, at a certain point you got to say, oh, okay, yeah, the government doesn't want us to know what they're doing with the military, right? Here, which one should we watch first? This was an hour ago. Let's watch this super quick.
And welcome back. Here on Live Now from Fox, we are taking a live look over in New Jersey as we have this news conference getting underway on those drones. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
New York has shockingly said this week We haven't seen anything unusual. We know of no threat, close quote. What? The massive invasion of drones observed and recorded by so many of our citizens, including and especially law enforcement and military personnel, many who are here. Is it unusual? Is he kidding? How does Secretary Mayorkas, who infamously told us for years that our southern border was secure and closed...
Wait, I mean, isn't justified to lie about new tech that they don't want China to know about? Yeah, exactly. Like, what if they're testing extreme long-range drone they plan to send to Ukraine? To Ukraine, or that they're testing out for any kind of just like general use in military shit? Like, that one dude, Ryan Macbeth, he made a video where he talked about how his company is spending like $20,000 on a drone, and it has a battery life of like 6 minutes to carry 6 pounds of shit. Ooh, gas. Can you ban that person? That bot? I got it.
When we know it's not, and now insult our intelligence that we haven't seen anything unusual. This is usual? I don't think so. And how can he and others, like National Security Spokesman Admiral John Kirby, say we know there's no threat? How do they know that? What aren't they revealing, or are they just saying it? How can anyone speculate or issue assurances to thousands, millions of Americans who have witnessed, thousands who have witnessed the drones, that there is no threat? For weeks, we've asked for the truth and action to mitigate any and all threats to people and property. Now, we are demanding it. As the sightings increase, including by service members at Naval Weapons Station Earl, and I did talk to the commander there, his men are seeing it right there at the base. Are you kidding me? A munitions depot of that caliber, and these drones are hovering in close proximity to Naval Weapons Station Earl, and I did talk to the commander there. His men are seeing it right there at the base. Are you kidding me? A munitions depot of that caliber, and these drones are hovering in close proximity to it. The Coast Guard told me the other day, and Sheriff Mastronardi, that one of its 47-foot rescue boats was followed in very close proximity off its stern by numerous drones. Why can't we bag at least one of these drones and get to the bottom of it? Why can't we even track them? I asked Secretary Mayorkas at a briefing, a Zoom briefing, why we can't follow them, find out where they're going. They're coming from somewhere. Okay, you can't seem to do that. Why can't we follow them and find what their origin is? Many of them seem to be coming from the ocean. I was with Sheriff Mastronardi the other day on the beach, and we saw a video, and we talked to one of his deputies talk about how she had seen 50 of them coming from the ocean to mainland. Is there something out there? We don't have the capability to do that.
It's probably one of our own boats. That's probably top secret. Like, is it a conspiracy? Yeah, it would be a conspiracy to keep it secret, right? Because it's our military that's keeping a secret from us. But I don't think that anybody disagrees that sometimes the military does have a good justification for keeping secrets from us. Did you cut your hair? Oh, hey, how's it going, Rachel? Yeah, I did cut my hair a while ago. It was starting to bother me, so I decided to get an adult haircut.
That we don't have control over our airspace. And just remember, ladies and gentlemen, the feckless response to the Chinese Communist Party's spy balloon. When that thing traversed America and went over one very sensitive base, including the B-2 bombers base, after another. We did nothing. except say, oh, it's a spy balloon, or is it?
Rachel, you're significantly more conspiracy brained than me. What do you think this is? Okay. I see people saying aliens. I see people saying it's China. I see people saying it's Iran. But again, like, take all of the facts into consideration. We see the government saying, I'm not too concerned about it. Nope, don't shoot them down. Nope, don't follow them. Nope, I'm not too concerned about it. Don't know where it's from. Don't know where it's going. Like, at that point, you gotta wonder, like, you know what? I think that maybe this is like literally just the government. This is literally just the government testing out some motherfucking drones that's like some top secret shit. Okay. Like, it's gotta be what it is. I don't think that even if you think that the Democrats fucking hate America, even if you think that Biden is derelict in his duty, there's so many different layers to the fucking government that someone's going to be like, you know what? There's a fucking Iranian boat right off the coast of America, and I don't have any other explanation for it being there for the past couple of weeks, other than the drones. You know, they absolutely know what it is, and the fact that they're not worried about it at all tell me that they probably own and or control whatever it is. Yeah, exactly. It's probably some like new military tech, since every single military in the entire world is trying to like endronify their entire military, because you can send 1 million drones in without losing a single fucking soldier, and that's like super poggers. Like, I love my country, and I'm willing to give reasonable skepticism towards my country, but like, I'm also willing to understand that, you know, sometimes the government has a reason to keep a secret from us, right? And if they are keeping a secret from us, it's probably because they want to keep it a secret from, you know, our adversaries. Our adversaries probably do want to know what these drones are, as well as all of us, right? Again, I point towards the fact that we had Area 51, and we had, you know, all those planes that were going over, and people thought that they were UFOs because they were so high tech and shit, you know? I don't think it's a Democrat thing. The Pentagon doesn't care about party. Right. But do you think it's nefarious against the citizens of the United States? And if so, like, what information can the government glean from using drones that they don't already have through satellite and, you know, just the decades and centuries of map data that they have on us, and all of the, like, ability for them to, like, hack into our shit already? Like, this is probably new military tech that they're planning to use on adversaries in the future, which is why I'm not super worried about it, and why it baffles me so much why people are so worried about it, right? Because I think that the United States should have like a strong fucking military. I think that they should have, you know, the most latest tech fucking drones to drop 1 million pounds of fucking American freedom, you know, fiery American freedom on, you know, the Russians or the Chinese or the fucking Iranians' heads the second that they take a step against us. I love that sort of shit. Okay, I think that probably Russia and Iran are probably the two examples of, well, I mean, I would put North Korea in there too, but North Korea they're North Korea. Like, probably like the most evil fucking countries, like, or regimes out there right now. Like, they just do things that are evil to everyone around them. And so, like, I'm not going to cry if we start using drones against them if they step against us, you know? Did you see Andrew on Piers Morgan? I saw that he was on Piers Morgan. I cannot stand the format of Piers Morgan's show. It is, I'm sure it's very cathartic for a conservative, but like, there's usually like one strong liberal, if that there. I like it when there's a strong contention between two sides. Even if the conservatives end up, you know, like getting some dubs in the middle of the conversation, it's fine with me. But like, man, Piers is the fakest fucking liberal in the entire world. And I just like to see the tension between two sides, because it makes me, it gives me the ability to like figure out, you know, I think that that's probably more reasonable than this or that, you know. In that Vinny guy, I don't know who the Vinny guy is. Sorry. Watch the Destiny flop I put into content suggestions. Oh, really quick. Beheller, are you willing to admit that you were wrong when you were saying that Syria wasn't going to fall? I like it when people realize politics is all for entertainment. The mainstream shows are a performance, yes. Which is why, like, I've talked about this recently. I can't stand watching stuff that's from my own side, that's like purely bent towards my own side, even if I agree with everything, right? It just feels, what's the word I'm looking for? It's too like lopsided on one side. I like to see two sides go at it, and it helps me form my opinions more clearly, because I get to see like a good argument from one side or the other. I didn't know shit. Good. All right. As long as you're willing to admit that. Also, the conversation that you posted in there, I didn't think that it was a flop from Destiny. I was actually, I was going into it expecting it to be a complete flop from Destiny, because the other guy's just like a comedian, and it's going to be hard as a serious person or someone who tries to present themselves as a serious person to go in there and look good out of that. But I actually thought that they had a decent rapport. I thought it was funny. Maybe if I saw, like, I only listened to it, so maybe watching the video of it will change my mind. Maybe it was a lot more awkward than I thought it was going to be. But, yeah, I thought it was fine. Sondsol watches Piers Morgan confirmed. How many times have we tried to watch Piers Morgan on this stream and then I just skip over it? I can't watch it on stream and I can't watch it off stream. I just can't stand the format of the fucking show. Like, it's like a bunch of people like saying a bunch of random fucking bullshit and like performatively like giving their points. It's just, yeah. Do you have a strategy for 4-card poker? No, I've never really played poker. I'm not against playing poker, but it's just never, card games in any capacity never interested me. Anyways, we're going to continue listening to this. I'm interested to see why this guy is so concerned about what is almost definitely a U.S. military drill. Like,
Or is it a weather balloon? I still can't get over that one. The elusive maneuvering of these drones, I would suggest a major military power sophistication that begs the question whether they have been deployed to test our defense capabilities, or worse, by violent dictatorships, perhaps maybe Russia.
Wait, hold on, go back.
That begs the question whether they have been deployed to test our defense capabilities, or worse, by violent dictatorships, perhaps maybe Russia or China or Iran or North Korea. I mean, they have the capability, and they certainly have.
Andrew said that the FBI caused violence on January 6th and that it was peaceful. Okay, really quick. I will say this. What's so fucking funny, and Rachel, I saw you post this too on Twitter, all right? And you're batshit insane for saying this, okay? I don't know what liberals, like conservatives have been interacting with. What I have seen people say about FBI informants or confidential human sources or anything like that is that we don't know if there were, and even if they are, like, I don't think that there were very many people who were doubting that there were confidential human sources that were there. Now, FBI agents who are actively starting the violence, that's fucking crazy and requires some amount of proof. Like, it requires some amount of proof. But I don't know of anyone, I don't know if anyone was saying that there was absolutely no FBI presence, whether through confidential human sources or agents on the ground there, right? It's just that, number one, does that change literally anything, right? Unless they were starting the violence, unless they were perpetuating the violence, in which case that would be bad. And in that case, proof. It's misrepresented. We'll look at that in a second. We're talking about drones right now. Do you believe in freeing Luigi? Luigi has been locked in that haunted mansion for, since 2002? It is time to release Luigi, okay? He deserves his own game where he's not some cowardly ghost hunting little dude, all right? That's what we need for Luigi. Free Luigi. Give him a game where he's a happy guy.
The motive. The Pentagon has said the drones are not ours. I've written Defense Secretary...
The drones are not... The Pentagon says that the drones are not ours. We don't know where they're coming from, but don't be concerned about them. Don't follow them and don't shoot them down. There are fucking drones.
Lloyd Austin asking the Pentagon to authorize...
What about Luigi? Okay, I want to be able to get through one topic, okay? So if you want to bring up a new topic, wait until I'm done with like the current topic, all right? I will grant you this, all right? No, I don't think that Luigi Manzione should be let free. He murdered someone, okay? He, like, in cold blood, just went out and fucking shot him in the back, like, what, 3-4 times? Yeah, he murdered someone. Do I understand the general, like, allegedly? Someone's going to have to give me some really, really strong evidence besides, grainy ass security photos not perfectly lining up with his face. Like, just like the knowledge that I have, I have a pretty nice camera. Okay. I have nice audio equipment. I know a little bit about audio video shit. Right. And there are like so many, like dozens of things that can happen, especially with low quality cameras, that can make it look like someone has no eyebrows, that can make them look like they have thinner eyebrows, like their eyebrows are closer together or further apart, just because of the way that the scan is happening, the frame rate, there's just like the resolution. There's so many things that can change the way someone looks in camera. The focal length, like what you guys see right here is a version of me that looks like me, and like it I'm not gonna lie, it does look like me. But if you saw me in person, I'm gonna look a little bit different because of the focal length of the camera and shit like that. I've met people from like going to canvassing events, people who have watched my stream, people that I've talked to on stream, et cetera, that did not recognize me for like an hour until someone said what my screen name was, right? Oh, that's Sondsol. You didn't recognize Sondsol? They're like, no, you look very different in person. Like, yeah, cameras are going to make you look a little bit different than you do in person. Yeah. Smudged fingerprints and a manifesto that consists of nothing but generalized statements and no real admission. Right, but then why did Luigi Mangiano not contest any of the stuff that's on him except for the cash? Like, he didn't say, oh no, that's not my gun, it's not my silencer, that's not my manifesto, any of those things. It's not my jacket that matches exactly what the guy was wearing. Why would he not say those are not mine either? Right? I think that there's probably a plethora of evidence that puts Mangione at the scene. I'm sure we'll see it when it goes to trial, right? Or maybe before that, depending on what gets leaked to the press or what is stated in press releases, But yeah, like I understand why people are upsetty spaghetti at the insurance companies. I don't think that it makes it right to murder a CEO over it. And I don't think that murdering a CEO changes literally anything. I think it's like self-masturbatory, circle jerking over, we're really sticking it to the man when they're just going to put another CEO in, right? They're just going to put another CEO in and nothing's going to fucking change, It's going to take actual policy written by people who know about the healthcare industry to change anything about the way that our insurance coverage shit works. Do you think these drones are the government doing? Okay, now we're moving back to the drones. Okay, Sondsol stealing President Sunday argument. I don't watch President Sunday. But if he said that, then based. Sometimes he gets it right. Do I think that they're doing surveillance on UFOs? No, I don't think that Earth or humanity is important enough to alien species, if there are ones that are advanced enough to come over here. I don't think that they're coming over here and just kind of like peeking and prodding and looking at us and then like flying away, right? If anything, I think that the fact that these drones are being filmed by civilian cameras on a regular basis in high enough clarity to see that they are drones, it should put all UFO believers on suicide watch, okay? Because the fact that, you know, people are walking outside with their fucking iPhones and then zooming in like that, and they're catching a drone right there with clarity on it. And there is not anything like that when it comes to UFOs. There's like super grainy, videos from the 90s, and there's, like military things with like FLIR cameras, it's just like, it beggars belief that UFOs have come to Earth, and specifically to the United States. Like, we're that fucking special, We are a processing unit for alien species, based.
The use of force to down one or more of these unmanned threats to uncover the mystery. Bring them down over the ocean, over an area where there's no population. Bring them down and find out who's doing it. Knowing that drone warfare has radically changed warfighting in Ukraine and Russia, the Middle East, and elsewhere, this is not the time to trivialize or dismiss the threat. I want to express the profound thanks that I and my colleagues have to both Ocean County Sheriff Mike Mastronardi and Monmouth County Sheriff Sean Golden for doing all within their power and authority to aggressively investigate and track drone appearances. They are doing an amazing job. As many of you know, state and local law enforcement is precluded by law from taking more decisive action.
The Tic Tac case was pretty compelling, though. I would have agreed with you a couple of years ago. I would have agreed with you, but there was a fairly compelling statement given to Congress by the military about what happened with that, and it had to do with, guess what? Like I was talking about earlier, the cameras that our fighter jets have on them, right? The fact that it was moving at a pace that it was, and the fact that, all the way that they laid it out, it was like, we can't tell you exactly why this is, because it's a classified thing that if we tell you how our cameras work, then our adversaries are going to know how our cameras work, and they'll be able to work against that or exploit this this glitch. I use glitch here. That's not the word that they use. It's not like a technical glitch. It's just like a product of how the cameras work, right? But yeah, like that seems very likely to me, that we don't want to specifically explain why the Tic Tac was moving in that way, and why it was captured by our cameras in that way, and why it wasn't showing up on radar or sonar or fucking anything. Is because it was a artifacting on our top secret camera gear that we put on our fighter jets, and we don't want China, and we don't want Russia, and we don't want Iran, and we don't want North Korea or any foreign adversaries to know what our cameras are doing, so that they can exploit that, Iran, what bullshit. Yeah, I mean, again, if it was a foreign adversary, okay, if it was a foreign adversary, our government would be really pissed about it. They would be shooting them down. They would not be letting them fly over our country. You can say that the government hates us and all of that shit, but at the end of the day, however much you think the government hates us, they probably hate Iran, they probably hate Russia, and they probably hate China way more, What about listen, I don't follow UFO news that closely. Until something that is just absolutely irrefutable by any evidence, evidence that can be put out there, is given. I'm not going to believe in UFOs. Like, do I believe that aliens exist? Like, more than likely, they probably exist. Yeah. But like, yeah, once they touch down, or like if there's like someone that goes out with their camera and they're catching videos like they are of the fucking, of the drones, right? They're going out onto their back porch and saying, oh, goddamn, hold on, honey. Let me grab my iPhone 15. And then they're getting like a fairly clear image of a fucking drone. Someone does that with their iPhone 15 and it's a UFO. Maybe I'll believe. But like this incident should put UFO chasers on suicide watch, because there is not any clear video of a UFO like this from a civilian fucking camera or anything like that. Yeah, like I'm a big skeptic of stuff like that. Do I think it would be cool if there were aliens? Hell yeah. Do I think that humanity is advanced enough for any alien, any alien species or civilization or collection of species that are part of a civilization to come over here and check us out like we're in Mass Effect or some shit? Probably not. I just don't think that we've entered the nuclear age, but I don't know if that's like particularly, big on their priority list, since they can do, fucking space travel, right? What do we have to fucking offer them? Literally fucking nothing. So, all right. Oh yeah, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube Shorts, guess what? If you guys want to watch the full size stream, look at this right here. Oh, I guess you guys can't see this because I'm doing this. 1 second. Whoop. Like that. Whoop. Look at that. You guys can actually come over to the full size stream that is in, 16:9. And you guys can see me playing the new Pokemon Emerald Legacy. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Okay. And I'm choosing Torchic because I always choose either Mudkip or Trico.
Which is why...
Oh, also, if you're watching on YouTube Shorts, double click the screen. Hit the like button, all right? Thumbs up the stream, because that does help me out quite a bit. Way more than you could possibly know. It really does. Please, double tap the screen, like the stream, etc., etc., etc. Helps me out quite a bit.
DOD must. They are the ones who have the ability and the authority to act. Congress, yes, and the president, yes, need to move quickly to expand state and local authorities, powers. But DOD has it right now. Sheriff Golden wrote me a few days ago requesting legislation to empower the state police to seriously protect at-risk persons and infrastructure, and if necessary, bring down a dangerous drone or drones. I am now drafting that bill and will soon introduce it. I want to thank him for that idea. I'd like to now yield the floor to Sheriff Mastronardi and then to Sean Goldman. Sheriff.
Thank you, Congressman. I just want to clarify a couple of things that have happened. We have a very robust drone program in Ocean County. We've had it for 8 years or more. We're very fortunate. It's headed by Sergeant Fennessy.
Okay, so when this video says massive invasion of drones, NJ officials give update on drones over New Jersey. The update is that we still don't know fucking anything. Is that what it is? Okay, we're going to move on to some of the other drone-related videos. Now, like I was showing chat earlier, there was I thought it was Charlie Kirk's official account, but it was a Charlie Kirk fan account that said, "We are fucked! The drones are Project Bluebeam! Look for vids of them transforming from balls of light to planes when filmed to see for yourself. The government is not investigating. They are doing this. Whatever you see in the coming days is not God." I retweeted it. I retweeted it with this sweet, a schizo meltdown. But I thought I'd see what Charlie Kirk's official YouTube channel had to say about it. It's so funny they know it's not a threat but don't know what it is. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I think that the federal government is almost certainly having like some sort of new military tech testing phase, right? They've probably done some like small scale testing with this new technology, and they're probably, doing a large scale test of it. And they don't want our adversaries to know that it's, new military tech that they might want to take a peek at and try and steal from us. And they don't want our adversaries to know what our capabilities are, so they're not saying fucking anything. Number one, again, keep these statements in mind. The government is saying, we don't know where it's from. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what they're doing. It's not us, and it's not a threat. And then they say, don't shoot them down. Don't follow them. It's our own fucking military. Like, who fucking cares? Like, I cannot think of a reason why everyone is losing their ever-loving fucking mind over this shit, dude. Like, it's actually unbelievable to me. Like, maybe I'm just getting old and all of the whimsy in my life is just bleeding out of me, right? Like, I worry more about getting a job, and I worry more about, having enough money in my bank account to pay my bills than I do about, fucking UFOs or some shit like that, or conspiracy theories. But, like, it really does feel like almost every single conspiracy theory can be explained away very, very, very easily. Very easily. And I've thought about this, and I've said this on my stream multiple times, I can't think of a conspiracy theory that I subscribe to. Maybe I'm just old and all the whimsy is gone from my life, but I can't think of a single one. Is Charlie Kirk still blowing JD Vance? I mean, I would assume that like most of the conservatives would be blowing him. I don't know. I don't follow Charlie Kirk all that closely, okay? If this is your first time here, and this is your first time, like, or your first time, seeing me talk about politics or anything like that, I don't really follow too closely the lives or the opinions of large media figures, especially the larger they get. Like, they're gonna have the safest opinion that their side has, right? I don't have time or interest in conspiracies. Yeah, show me fucking evidence that anything happened, and then I'll be interested in it. That's all. I saw your Kirk pick at top. Yeah, I mean, like, we're watching a Charlie Kirk video here. That doesn't look like Charlie Kirk, though. Is that what he looks like? Am I face blind? Or maybe this is just his show and he has a different host or some shit? But is this Charlie Kirk? Anyways. No conspiracies are true. That's exactly what I said, Grave Rog. Thank you very much for like completely and accurately restating exactly what I said. That is a perfect quote in quotation marks. No conspiracies are true. That is exactly what I said. I think Kirk is hilarious, one of 2024's best comedians. I didn't follow him at all during 2024's elections, dude. Like, he, especially, again, the larger of a creator someone gets, the less interesting their opinions become to me. Because I already know what they're going to say. If they're a conservative, it's going to be immigration is bad, and America needs Donald Trump to make America great again, and we need to build a wall, and the left is insane, and trans people are mentally ill, blah, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, if you're on the left, it's going to be like the exact same like party line on their side. Like, it's not super interesting to me. The smaller the account gets, the more insane they get. Okay. Kirk's special on I'm a Christian is very funny. True. Illegal immigration is bad. True. I don't like illegal immigration. Although I don't know if very many people are making the case for illegal immigration. You said it immediately after saying you don't look into them. So how could you possibly be confident in saying they are true? Because if they were true, there would be way more people talking about them, because that would mean that there's evidence out there proving that they are true. And because every conspiracy theory that I have looked into turns out to have a very, very simple explanation. I've prepared for debates with people with the JFK assassination. Turns out, a very easy explanation for that. Turns out that one dude did just shoot JFK. Real asshole. Real dick move, shooting someone, right? When it comes to landing on the moon, some people think though we didn't land on the moon, and I look into that. It turns out that the photos that people say prove that we didn't land on the moon are actually just evidence that we landed on the fucking moon, right? So, or like 9/11 conspiracy theories. I look into those. Turns out like every single 9/11 conspiracy is fucking stupid, Like that's my thing. Like if someone gives me evidence of something, I'll believe it. What about the COVID lab leak? My stance on that for the longest time and to this day is that we're almost certainly never going to get perfect information on that. I would say that it's more likely than not something that did not leak out of the lab. I had a very in-depth research on this one. Okay, so I have very strong feelings about this one, but I would say that it's more likely than not something of natural origin. It's sad seeing the more extreme and hysterical people and topics brought to the top. They're heavily rewarded online nowadays, not by these fringe subgroups, but by algorithms. Well, I mean, like the fringe subgroups like feed those algorithms, and they gets blasted into everyone's face, right? Like if you join my Discord and you want me to go over something, you can join my Discord. You can go down to the, where is it? Blah, blah, blah, blah. Content suggestions. And in my content suggestions, dude, it's, I guess if you're watching on Shorts, you can't see this, but there's just like 4 posts in a row of like Jews controlling the world conspiracy theories. And it's like, I have no interest in engaging with that, right? Because number one, it's a conspiracy theory that is just like kind of fucking dog shit on its face. Number two, the only reason that we're getting fed that is because of algorithms and that it's getting rewarded on Twitter by or X, whatever, by the people who want to believe that the most. And therefore it's fed to a lot more people. And I don't think that it's changing anyone's mind to think that, Jews are ruling the world. It's just that now everyone has to be subjected to fucking seeing all these fucking schizo posts. This Trump, blah, blah, blah, I can't speak. This country is about to get fucked if Trump deports all the immigrants. I think he won't, and it's still a giant puss. I think it'll be pretty rough for people if they are an undocumented immigrant, or if they're the child of an undocumented immigrant who is a citizen. That'll probably be very rough, but will he be able to do deport everyone? Probably not, Anyways, let's watch this. All right. Let's watch this about the drones. What does Charlie Kirk's Real America's Voice have to say about it? 12 minutes, 55 seconds long. Once again, if you're watching on the short stream, you can go to my channel and you can subscribe first off, but you can also watch it in a full video format. And you'll still be able to see the video right here, but in the background there, you see I'm playing Pokemon. There's a new Pokemon Legacy thing that's been dropped. And I want more people to watch on the big screen. All right. So go over there.
Tell me why this is all just much ado about nothing. You are very skeptical that there's anything amiss or awry going on here. Your take, Blake.
All right. So as I'm sure people have heard by now, there's a story where there are a large number of, as they say, UAPs now, like unknown aerial phenomenon or unmanned aerial phenomenon, something like that, where people are seeing things in the air. And there's been a big cluster of them in the last 2 weeks in northern New Jersey. People are saying they're seeing large numbers of aircraft. They're describing things that, there we have one on the screen there, where some of them they say are about the size of an SUV or a little bit bigger. Some of them they can't tell how big they are. They claim they're moving in odd ways.
They're as big as an SUV? They're as big as an SUV? Really? Huh. I hadn't heard that part before. That's crazy.
And they claim they're seeing them near potentially sensitive sites like military installations, reservoirs, military facilities. Yeah, Trump's golf course. Now, what I will say, my counter to this is a few things. One, all of this started happening in the past 2 weeks. And you know what happened a few weeks ago, Andrew, is we switched to We switched to standard time from daylight saving time, so it's getting dark earlier now. So let's start with that. This is pointed out online, and apparently there have been recently some route changes to air routes in the northern New Jersey area. So it's possible that planes are flying in different locations than they used to. On top of that, I think people underrate the degree to which you can totally just feed a hysteria about this sort of thing. How often are you actually looking at everything in the sky and thinking, is that a plane, or is that a drone, or is that something else?
Sleeper cells, or the CIA is conditioned? I don't know what that sentence means, Flacco. Sorry.
I think most people aren't doing that. But now it's a news story, so you have tons of people doing that. So you've totally primed it for people to like look at the sky and decide they're seeing, drones everywhere. And we have these reports where they're saying, oh yeah, this drone was hovering in the same spot for 6 hours, and drones and planes can't really do that easily. I'm going to say maybe someone does have an uninterrupted 6-hour video of a drone doing that. But my guess is that's not the case. I strongly suspect what's going on is someone, for example, is looking and they see a thing there and they're watching it for a while, and then maybe they look somewhere else and talk to someone for a bit or eat dinner, and they come back and they're like, wow, that drone is still there. But it might actually just be a different thing. And if a plane is flying away from you or towards you, it's going to look like it's hovering in place. And lastly,
All right.
I'm just going to say, if you look at some of the images people are posting, it is obviously a private jet. It has the FAA lights, it has the wings, it has the engines on the tail. They're obviously just private jets. And, not all of the videos look exactly like that. But the fact that people are sharing those and thinking, oh man, this is a...
Can someone link me an image, or I guess I can look up drone New Jersey. What do they look like? Images. Every single one of these images looks different. Literally every single one of them. Some of them are quadcopters, some of them are fixed wing. Some of them have 6 copter blades. Whatever. Like, hold on. I thought that there was like, see, this one looks like a helicopter. Can someone link me like an actual video that someone has taken from their backyard or whatever that's like a clear video? Can someone link that for me? Because I personally haven't seen them, just because the story itself seems so on its face very obvious that it's our own government testing our own drones.
A drone from Iran is not reassuring for people's deductive capabilities with this story.
All right, but okay. All right, here are the various theories, right? One is you've got this Jeff Van Drew clip. We could play it, but that it's a mothership from Iran, that they've formed some sort of partnership with Chinese manufacturers.
We'll just click on it real quick.
Dozens of witnesses have reported seeing drones flying over New Jersey since November. New Jersey
that was a fixed wing aircraft.
Governor Phil Murphy and law enforcement said the drones don't appear to be.
Also, if it was a foreign adversary, why would they have their hazard lights on? Why would they have their lights on? Can someone explain that one to me? Can anybody explain the idea that, like, if a foreign adversary was flying something here, why they would have their hazard lights on?
A threat to public safety. Many lawmakers have nonetheless called for stricter rules about who can fly the unmanned aircraft. The FBI and other agencies are investigating the sightings. They've asked residents to share videos, photos, and other information they may have about the drones. Dozens of witnesses have reported.
Yeah, that one's a fixed wing aircraft.
Of drones, and they've dispatched all these drones. Why that is a terrifying possibility. I mean, the federal government is saying that's not the case. But if it is true, Iran was credibly accused, and I believe confirmed to be orchestrating an assassination attempt against President Trump. And here they are flying over Bedminster, different places within New Jersey. And so that's one theory.
Wait, hold on.
An assassinably acute, terrifying possibility. I mean, the federal government is saying that's not the case. But if it is true, Iran was credibly accused and I believe confirmed to be orchestrating an assassination attempt against President Trump. And here they are flying over Bedminster, different places within New Jersey. And
these two things don't logically follow. That, like, okay, we have credible evidence that they were trying to, like, create a plot to assassinate Trump. Therefore, they're flying dozens of drones over the East Coast for... Yeah, I know they say that the drones aren't from Iran, because why would they be? Why would the government not care, you know? There's definitely some war games or contractors testing. Maybe this is some adversary trying to cause hysteria, but it would be much more likely that this would be our own shitheads. Like, I don't even think it's shitheads. Again, like, we're entering the age of, like, drone warfare, right? Where we can send a drone in to, you know, drop 1,000 pounds of American freedom onto our adversaries' heads. All right? Like, I would say where I'm at, my belief, probably in the upper 90s percentage chance that it's our own military testing out new drone tech, right? I can't even think of a rational way to explain, based off of the information that we have, any other, like, there again, like the other 5% or less that I would think it's something else. I don't even know what it could possibly be, because it just doesn't, like, based off of the information that we have and the statements that the government has put out, like, the government would be pretty pissed if our foreign adversaries were flying shit over us, you know? On Monday, a guy was arrested for flying a drone over a military base in California. I forgot all the details, but IMO, I think the government is testing public reaction. Why would they be testing public reaction? They're telling people to chill. Like, what would the public reaction for what? Their eventual drone striking of the entire eastern seaboard? Like, government's probably just testing out how long they can fly these new drones that they're testing with various levels of weight on them before the battery starts to, like, hit a certain percentage, and then flying it back to wherever they're. If they're saying that they're coming from the ocean, it's probably like an aircraft carrier or a. Well, actually, I'm not even going to pretend to be knowledgeable enough about what kind of warship would be carrying drones like this, but it's probably one of our own warships testing out capabilities of new drone tech. Unless someone can give me a reason why the government would want to start a panic, unless someone could give me a rational reason why the government would want to, like, surveil us using drones when they could in a much easier and much more clandestine way get information on whatever the fuck they want to get information on, right? Just, like, use your fucking brain for a second. Like, I literally cannot think of another explanation of it.
So that's one theory, that it's this Iranian drone. The government's denying that. Other people are saying that it is top secret U.S. military craft. They're also denying that these drones are part of the U.S. military. So the other is, as you said, that this is simply...
Also, really quick, this is super off topic. Any Pokemon fans in chat, okay? I'm playing the new Emerald Legacy ROM hack of Pokemon Emerald, where it's balanced and all that shit. I start off with Torchic because I never start off with Torchic ever. Should I want to have, like, an all Hoenn team. I know that one of the Pokemon I want to use is Flygon. We're not going to get there yet. Should I do fucking Ludicolo or Shiftry? Like, opinions, please. Literally anyone. If you're a Pokemon person, like, opinions on Shiftry and Ludicolo.
The private planes, things like that. That's totally understandable. But The other option is that because of the size, these drones are rather large. Not all of them are private planes, I don't think, based on some of the visuals that you can see with your own eyes. They're all over the internet. They are large. And I was just reading a couple of briefing articles on this before we came on air. Large drones are used for very few things, actually. Military, agriculture, and moving things, shipping things around, which is less likely. The most common use of large drones, as you said, they're about the size of an SUV, is military. So, these things have flashing lights.
Sombrero duck is based. Okay, then we'll run a sombrero duck. The government is constantly making things happen on the news to distract the public while they make moves under the radar. Can you give me either A, an example, or B, a reason what kind of move they might be trying to make under the radar right now? Also, I just realized my camera on that screen isn't very zoomed in. So, also suggestions for naming my Lotad. I'm thinking Wet Boy.
Lights, they're huge. They've been doing this. And by the way, the first drones were spotted over a military installation as well as Trump's golf course.
Okay, so let me say this. When they say over, keep in mind, this is northern New Jersey. It is a densely populated area. I think people say over, and it implies hovering 300 feet off the ground over one spot. But if it's just flying in the sky nearby, over 1,000 planes a day land at Newark.
You do not have to be that close to Bedminster or a military installation to get detailed photographs and intelligence from that. So I would say that. But if you are a human being spotting a drone within eyeshot of those places, then you are going to be able to assume that those drones are getting detailed surveillance of those sites. Now, I want to play a clip here. This is from a Mayor Melham in New Jersey. And
1 second. What did it just name? Where did it cut off? Okay, well, it cut it off. It cut it off at Musty Moo. Okay, so Lotad is named Musty Moo now. All right. Also, if you guys if you want to see the full footage of the Pokemon thing, go to my channel and then click on the full screen stream. Okay, because that's where we're going to be. That's where you're going to be able to see that. I cannot think of a way to format the short stream to show everything I need to show.
And this clip is fascinating because he's basically saying, one thing we know, we don't know much. We did this big briefing. We do know that they are over the top of critical infrastructure. Play cut 132.
Yeah, so what we've been told, we had an unprecedented briefing on Wednesday. 200 state mayors were all gathered together, and we learned exactly what the state of New Jersey learned, which is very little. But the thing that we did take away from that was that we were told very point blank that these drones are hovering over our critical infrastructure. Now, that's interesting because they're not doing any harm. They're just hovering over that. We're also told that there's no credible threat. When you start putting things together that they're telling us, critical infrastructure, no credible threat, they're unwilling to shoot them down. They're unwilling to do a temporary ban, and we can see them that they have lights on them. So something's not adding up here. It sounds like it might very well be our highest level government. It might be government assets that are being deployed as a countermeasure.
As a countermeasure against what?
So
it could be
here's my take, and I'm going to take this into break, and you can argue with me on the other side of it, Blake. Because this all feels very much like the Chinese spy balloon that we're like, oh, we don't know what it is. It's just floating over the U.S. and we're just going to let it happen.
I'm pretty sure we knew what the Chinese spy balloon was at the time. I think that the military said it's not really going to get any footage that's going to be useful for China, and we're going to shoot it down when it's not going to damage any U.S. infrastructure. But what? Walmart drones, drone delivery services, Amazon, Elon Musk drone security. Who knows what the fuck it is? It's probably, again, I don't want to say it over and over and over. I know that people are scrolling through because it's shorts, but again, it's probably just our own dudes testing out new shit because we need to test out shit before we deploy new shit.
And then they finally shoot it down over the water. if we don't know what this is, shoot one down. Shoot it down. There's some Navy divers that would love that mission to go, retrieve it from the ocean. And then we can analyze it, and then we have answers. Okay, we're going to play cut 120. This is John Kirby saying, hey, you know what? We were unable to corroborate these reports. Actually, a lot of them are lawful, manned aircraft. 120.
We have not been able to, and neither have state or local law enforcement authorities, corroborate any of the reported visual sightings. To the contrary, upon review of available imagery, it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully. The United States Coast Guard is providing support to the state of New Jersey and has confirmed that there is no evidence of any foreign-based involvement from coastal vessels. And importantly, there are no reported or confirmed drone sightings in any restricted airspace.
All right, so that's John Kirby, spokesman. But here's the thing, Blake. I mean, you got to consider the source. On the one hand, I'd like to say, well, that's our government source, so we should trust it more. Sad reality of our current moment, that doesn't.
Think think of what the incentive would be. What is the incentive for the government to lie about this specifically, right? Like, what would be the incentive for the government to lie about this specifically? I can't think of a good reason. They're all corrupt. True, Tom. Very true. It just doesn't make too much motherfucking sense. Like, what are they gonna do with the? What are they lying about? What could it be? Oh, that's right. Ghost type doesn't hurt normal type. What about the drones? That's what we're talking about. Trump's Mar-a-Lago resident has Elon Musk's robot dogs pulling security. This is likely drone security for Trump funded by Elon Musk. Eric V. That's interesting. I have not heard anybody say that before. Do you have any? Did you read an article that said something like that, or is that just a personal theory? Because if that's something that you have read somewhere, can you either drop a link in my Discord for me to read on stream, or copy paste the title of the article or video into chat for me? Because I know that YouTube doesn't let people post links. They made the hurricanes and then didn't help us and stole our houses with FEMA. Very true. The government hates you and is going to take all of your stuff. When my house was flooded, in the flood in Houston before Harvey, FEMA came through, and you know what they did? They actually kicked my dog, stole my Nintendo 64, and then said, "Get fucked, liberal." What kind of government are we living under?
Doesn't carry a lot of weight with a lot of people. All right, and I think this is a fact. The government either knows or they don't know, and that's the real story.
Well, no, Internet Gas. FEMA didn't steal the furniture. The flood stole the furniture by, saturating it in sewage water.
If they don't know, that's an indictment of the $1 trillion we spend on military every year, or they do know and they're not telling us, which is sort of why are you doing something you're not telling us?
I guess I don't see something terribly mysterious. He said, guys, first of all, a lot of those are obviously planes, which I don't.
Look at this guy on the right. I mean, I know that Charlie Kirk was the one that hired this guy, but this guy must be a liberal because he definitely has low T. I mean, look at that face. Kind of looks like a baby face, definitely doesn't have a spine. I mean, look at the sweater that he's wearing, please. Yeah, doesn't even have good facial hair.
I don't disagree with. I think they're obviously planes. And then he's saying we don't he's saying the stuff we would have that would corroborate the reports from the public, which is, we have the Coast Guard. Is the Coast Guard finding any evidence of drones, coming in from the ocean that would go back to that mothership? No, he says they haven't seen this. Do we have commercial pilots supporting whoa, there's a ton of planes in the air that aren't on our, air traffic control. They're not supposed to be here. Apparently, no, we haven't had commercial pilots saying that. Do we have reports of them actually going into the restricted airspace around military facilities and so forth? No, we don't. Like, I think the Pentagon is they're actually trying to, play easy with people where, maybe if this was 2020 and they were maximally arrogant, they would just say, these are conspiracy theories and disinformation that is being promoted by disinformation actors, including Russia, on social media. Like, they're not doing that. They're just sort of saying, guys, calm down. It's not as bad as people are reporting. And I think,
all right,
I think that's okay as far as such things go. Would we like to know more? Probably, but.
You made a good point in the break in our chat. You said one of the problems is there's a lot of clips on the internet. There's a lot of clips going around, and it's hard to sort of track which claims are connected to which clips, right? So that's a fair point. But a lot of eyewitness, and I was just reading in CNN, I was reading in Bloomberg, a lot of eyewitness accounts of these drones.
Wait, Sam, going to a Christmas market? Aren't you Jewish? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It just felt like the obvious joke. That's cool. We're planning on going to a Christmas market too. And I don't know if I'm an atheist, but I'm fucking. They don't have Hanukkah markets. I don't know why I always pronounce the CH Hanukkah markets. I'm sure, you know what? I'm sure somewhere in the world there's a Hanukkah market, okay?
Report that they are doing maneuvers that manned drones or that manned aircraft simply cannot do, right? They're zigzagging. They're going from a 90-degree angle to a 270. They're the size of a SUV doing this, and they've got flashing lights all over it. So that, I would say, is suspicious. And the fact that there's multiple sightings over a course of weeks. I mean, I saw this story bubbling up a couple weeks ago. It's only now hitting a fever pitch because the U.S. government is saying, we don't know what it is. Or in Kirby's case, we know that these are manned flights. But again, that doesn't comport with eyewitness testimony.
That's true. But again, I would encourage people to think about how sort of a popular panic can take place where it's like Havana syndrome. I like to make fun of Havana syndrome. That's where you had the CIA guys who were in Havana when we reopened the embassy there, or reopened the office there, I guess. And so we had those guys there, and one of them's like, I've got a weird headache. Could it be like a weapon used by the Cubans? And suddenly everyone was getting sick, and you had State Department officials who thought,
wait, hold on. I thought that there was like decent evidence for the whole Havana syndrome thing. Is that not true? That's one thing that like I mean I don't have like much vested interest in like CIA stuff, Made a clip of they made the hurricanes thing. Oh shit. Oh no. The government's definitely going to come after me now for exposing it. Oh, what is the catch rate on a Raltz? Jesus Christ.
They were being shot by like a heat ray in the DC suburbs because their deputy undersecretary of something stupid was clearly super important for Russia to attack. And you started getting reports from all around the world for this. And it happened.
Well, Sam, what the fuck? Oh, go away. Sam, this is Emerald Legacy. This is a ROM hack that was released, I think, 2 days ago. You should look into it if you like Pokemon at all.
Because people started talking about it and wildly speculating. And so I think the simplest explanation here is someone says, I think I saw something weird in the sky. So now tons of people are looking at the sky. And if you're looking at the sky when you normally don't and trying to find something weird when you're normally not, and there are, in fact, lots of planes and lots of drones in northern New Jersey. It's a densely populated, wealthy place with lots of stuff in the air. You're going to see stuff. Like, I've seen stuff in the sky over Phoenix that I thought looked a little weird, like hovering lights, and they just were suspended there. And rationally speaking, I think it was probably just planes or maybe a satellite or something. That is what I think it will turn out to be here. But famous last words. Maybe I'll look stupid.
We can debate Havana syndrome later.
Okay, I think we're at the point where we no longer need to watch anything else about the drones. I don't think that there's anything else that we're going to learn about the drones that's going to change literally any part of my my thought about it. How's it going, Kavas? All right, chat. How is chat doing? What should we go into next? Are we feeling okay? If you're watching on YouTube Shorts, please like the stream. Liking the stream helps me out quite a bit. You double tap the screen, I think, or you hit the 3 dots and then hit like. It is super helpful if you like the stream. Let's see. We have 94 people watching and only 8 likes. Let's see that bump up, please. What else should we... You still haven't called me, by the way? Well, listen, we've texted, okay, motherfucker? Watch 2 shorts. Okay, we can watch 2 shorts super quick. Oh,
one of the things...
Wrong window. What is this?
One of the things I'm going to advise Donald Trump to do in order to correct
the music. Why what is with the music here? It's called the Armageddon Anthem by Blast Off Music.
One of the things I'm going to advise Donald Trump to do in order to correct the chronic disease epidemic is to ban pharmaceutical advertising on TV.
If we're able to ban pharmaceutical advertisements, that will make NFL football games so much more watchable. I mean,
I think, wasn't pharmaceutical advertising only legalized like sometime in my lifetime? When was advertising for when was advertising for medications legalized? I think it was in my lifetime that this happened. Yeah, 1997. Food and Drug Administration relaxed regulations on direct-to-consumer advertising for prescription drugs in 1997. This is probably the least egregious of what the fuck is his name? Oh shit, what is this guy's name? RFK. Probably the least offensive to my sensibilities statement he's made.
If we're able to ban pharmaceutical advertisements, that will make NFL football games so much more watchable. I mean, it's just, you're watching a college football game, NFL game, you're watching a news program, and it's just some drug after drug. Instead of the major pharmaceutical advertisements towards like Ozempic, why not advertisement? Go for a walk. Advertisement. Stop eating.
Because no one's making money off of you going for a walk, you fucking retard. What kind of fucking question is that? Like, advertisement, go for a walk. This advertisement brought to you by big exercise. No one's going to make it. It's just going to be an advertisement for like more Cheerios or some shit. Like what? I'm sorry. That was fucking stupid.
Eating junk food. Go get sun. By the way, yes, while we're at it, we can ban the gambling ads too. Might as well. I'm kidding.
One of the things
I'm kidding? Yeah, because you might get sponsored by them, huh? All right. Gas, where's the other link?
There was so much media not...
It's the same fucking music. Charlie Kirk, what the fuck is with this music, dude? Did you see RFK's lawyer request to the FDA to revoke the polio vaccine's approval? No, Aiden Kitchen. Again, like if you want, please link something to me. I know you can't link it in YouTube chat, but if you join my Discord by typing !Discord, you can post it in content suggestions or basically anything, or just like copy and paste the title of an article for me. Why? For what purpose? Like, if anything, the polio vaccine has been probably the most, like, next to the COVID-19 vaccines, ironically enough, but like the polio vaccine is probably one of the most not dosaged. It's probably one of the most used vaccines in all of human history. Probably has billions of doses given. Like, why are we worried about the fucking polio vaccine of all fucking things, of all fucking vaccines? Why are we worried about the polio vaccine?
There was so much media nonsense around it and lies about you and your character.
And then the music is so much louder than like his own voice. Why are we listening to his voice like quieter than the fucking free epic music in the background? Jesus.
Lies about you and your character. Matt, what happened here?
There is a play that is run in Washington when they're trying to smear somebody.
What kind of internet is Matt Gaetz using? Did he quit from Congress and then immediately become like fucking like 2 megabit per second fucking internet speed like poor? What the fuck is going on here? How's it going, Parallax? What the fuck is going on with his fucking internet here, dude?
Sense around it and lies about you and your character. Matt,
3 frames per second.
What happened here?
There is a play that is run in Washington when they're trying to smear somebody. Those allegations were coming from sources that Merrick Garland's DOJ had already deemed not credible. Like, if the things that the House Ethics Report were true, I would be under indictment and probably...
Then why are you so scared for them to come out? Why did you fight so hard for that shit to not come out? Why did you resign from Congress before you knew that being the Attorney General was a sure thing if you weren't scared of what was going to be in that House Ethics Report? That, mind you, was done under a Republican Congress. This isn't a Democrat smear campaign. Republicans fucking hate this guy, okay? Fuck, I wish I need to find this again and save it. But like there was some Republican lawmaker talking about Matt Gaetz that said his sins against Christian faith. He just like, it's the most unbelievably like brutal takedown of someone's character I've ever seen put to paper in my entire life. Like, Jesus Christ. You lost, dude. Get over it. You're embarrassing yourself again. Time to use some common sense and try to galvanize instead of biased attacks. TC Anderson, what have I said here? What have I said in the past like 10, 15 minutes as anything? What have I said this entire stream that is biased in any way, shape, or form towards fucking anybody? I'm making fun of Matt Gaetz because, number one, he's probably a sex predator, all right? And number two, his internet speed is fucking dog shit, okay? I don't think that... Now, you might say that that first one makes me a little bit biased, but that second one, that's just true. You can see that by the fact that he's moving at fucking, like, literally, like, a quarter of a frame per second to see that his internet speed is dog shit, okay? That's bipartisan. I'll make fun of a liberal for doing that shit, okay?
In a prison cell. But of course,
in reference to Charlie, in the fact that his audio mixing is bad, is that how fucking sensitive you guys are now? A grown-ass man and Pokemon enthusiast? Hey, I'm not a Pokemon enthusiast, all right? I'm a Pokemon master, all right? Watch me kill this Wurmple. Watch this shit. Fucking. See? Pokemon Master. All right, let's finish this. I can't stand this guy.
Were true, I would be under indictment and probably in a prison cell. But of course, they're false. But I was dealing with a politically motivated body. They didn't like me because of what I did to Kevin McCarthy. All of them were handpicked by Kevin McCarthy, and they had an axe to grind. So that was going to serve as at least enough of a basis to delay my confirmation as Attorney General.
There was so much.
Wait, actually, I'm curious. When does that music just like cut off?
Washington, when they're trying to smear somebody. Those allegations were coming from sources that Merrick Garland's DOJ had already deemed not credible. Like, if the things that the House Ethics Report were true, I would...
It just cuts right there. You're talking about Charlie or Hunter? Well, Hunter who? Are you talking about Hunter Biden? Because he's not on the video right now. Charlie Kirk, I don't think, has any allegations against him. All right? But Matt Gaetz does have allegations against him. And multiple Republicans seem to think that that's probably true. So, like, I'm going based off of what the Republicans said. Like if it was just leftists or like liberals saying it, I probably wouldn't put too much stock into it. But the fact that a bunch of Republicans are like, do not let this guy anywhere near my fucking wife or my daughter or any of my female friends probably makes me think that he might be a little bit of a sex predator. All right. Is guilty. I'm genuinely interested as I don't know. Here, let me see if I can find this thing. Matt Gaetz affronts to Christian ethics. Let me see if I can find. Oh, Christian affront to Christian faith is what it was, I think. Let me see here. It was like the most like unbelievable, like attack on someone's character. Matt Gaetz, high test Red Bull Vicodin. Not Vicodin. What's the one that gives you an erection? It starts with a V. Someone help me out here. It's not Vicodin. Viagra. I found it. All right. This is from a conservative in the Republican Party who knows about Matt Gaetz's personal life and talks about why Republicans in Washington do not like this guy. All right. I'm going to read it word for word. Viagra, dumbass Pokemon players. Listen, I don't know why I need to know the name of Viagra off the top of my head. Okay. It has nothing to do with me playing Pokemon. It probably just means that I don't have erectile dysfunction. All right. And I quote, I realize that we are occasionally given to hyperbole about the untoward nature of politicians, but let me be clear. Matt Gaetz is a sex-trafficking, drug-addicted piece of shit. He is abhorrent. His eyes are permanently rimmed with the red rings of chemical boosters. In person, he smells like overexposed Axe body spray and stale Astroglide. The fact that he boasted on the floor to multiple colleagues in the House of Representatives of his methods of crushing Viagra and high-test Red Bull to maintain his erection through his orgiastic evenings is perhaps the least offensive of his many crimes against womanhood and Christian faith. The man has less principles than your average fentanyl-addicted hobo. He likes them underage, and he's not ashamed about it. Matt Gaetz isn't just your average extreme Florida MAGA man. He's a hypocritical ass with the worst Botox money can buy, pursuing an ever thinner nose and higher cheekbones at every opportunity, like a real housewife gone mad for fillers. Every Republican in Washington has an opinion of Matt Gaetz, and 99% of those opinions are, keep Matt Gaetz away from my wife/daughter/friend and anyone I care about. He is a walking genital, warts included as a bonus. If I was merely attempting to count the number of women I know who have had bad experiences with Matt Gaetz, I would run out of fingers and toes. If you vote for him to be the Attorney General of the United States, you don't just need your head examined, you need to be committed to a mental institution. The man is absolutely vile. There are pools of vomit with more to offer the earth than this STD-riddled testament to the failure of fallen masculinity. This is from a Republican. This is from a Fox News contributor. This is from someone who knows about people's opinions of other people in Washington. Now, the fact that there are enough Republicans who were saying there is no way that they were going to put Matt Gaetz as Attorney General, but they are willing to, fast track almost every other person through, might be an indication that there's at least a grain of truth to this. Okay? There's probably at least a grain of truth to this. Can you cite the name of the person who wrote that? Yes, his name is Ben Domenech, and he's a editor-at-large of The Spectator, a Fox News contributor, and host of the Ben Domenech podcast. Hit piece without any evidence? This is the first paragraph in an entire Substack article. I mean, I can read the rest of it. It doesn't seem like it's that much longer. How do you spell his last name? Here, I will copy and paste it into chat. Ben Domenech. Let me open up chat. Wrong chat. This chat. That is how you spell his name. And yet somehow at least a few Republican senators were saying that he was going to be confirmed regardless. It's almost as if they don't care about having a functioning executive branch. I think that in the Senate, there's probably some Republican senators who are not like fully on board with the Trump train. How much they're willing to give him and how much they're willing to like obstruct is up in the air, I guess. How's it going, Blizza? But yeah, we're just gonna have to see how the Trump presidency goes, because who fucking knows how it's gonna go. All right, I don't want to get super stun locked on the Matt Gaetz stuff, Isn't it pretty clear now that Gaetz got honeypotted by the dude that's in jail? We're not even talking about the allegations that of the guy from jail. We're talking about the general opinion of Republicans on in DC. Okay, this is a reporter who has a lot of connections in DC talking about the general attitude about and again, here, I'm not going to read it out again, but I will copy and paste it into Twitch chat for Blizza to read. It seems like maybe this guy just isn't very well liked and is kind of a super gross person. Oh wait, hold on. I have a character limit of 500. Yeah, this is just the general opinion, and it is the most scathing fucking thing. Here, I'll copy and paste the link into Twitch chat for you. But yeah, he seems like a not well-liked guy. Yeah, I'm not attacking you over Blizzard. I know that you just got here. You know what they say about opinions? Yeah, everybody has one, and some people's are better than others. I could care less about a connected DC insider. Listen, if there was literally any person with less insight saying this about any Democratic politician, you guys would be losing your mind calling him a pedophile fucking groomer person. But the second that it's someone that even Republicans fucking repudiate as being a gross person that they don't want around their wives, you guys are like, I don't care what the media or what a person in Washington has to say about this. Okay. If that guy actually cared about this, he would be naming names. There's a dozen or more fucking politicians from the Republican Party that have said, I don't like Matt Gaetz. He is a gross fucking person. Okay? But you guys, if you guys want to fucking sit there and defend the very possibly a pedophile fucking dude, then be my guest. That's on y'all's conscience, okay? You don't catch me fucking defending people on my side that have been alleged to be fucking, pedophiles with any amount of evidence. I don't know what to fucking tell you guys. I personally don't like pedophiles of any political aisle. If he was a member of a different cigar club, well, maybe if he didn't fucking say weird shit or do weird things to people's wives, they probably wouldn't like care as much about him, right? But maybe because he's like a generally gross guy who talks about his sexual escapades on the house floor while like high on fucking chemical stimulants. Who's defending Gaetz in your chat? Like literally 5 minutes ago. I know you just got here, JMac, but there were people defending Gaetz in chat. Oh, my sweet Nordic god, I would love to touch your luscious hate. Oh, hair? Trust me, it used to be longer. Lusciouser. Don't forget this incriminating.
And I'll give you the truth why I'm not speaker. It's because one person, a member of Congress.
Can you get me this clip without the fucking goofy fucking circus music in the background?
Wanted me to stop an ethics complaint because he slept with a 17-year-old. An ethics complaint that started before I ever became speaker, and that's illegal, and I'm not going to get in the middle. Did he do it or not? I don't know, but ethics is looking at it. There's other people in jail because of it. And I'll give you the truth why I'm not speaker. It's because one person.
Yeah, I think he's the one that the Republicans front last. Restate that entire. He said he was invited to coke orgies his first week in D.C. Oh, yeah, the Republican dude that was in the wheelchair. What was his name? I can't even remember. From like one of the Carolinas, I think, right? He said that like Matt Gaetz was like a weird fucking dude that like invited him to like, or maybe he didn't say specifically about Matt Gaetz. I thought that he did though. But there have been Republicans, like House Republicans, that said like, I do not like this guy. I do not want him anywhere near me. Cawthorn, thank you. Did he really only last like 2 years in Congress? That's fucking crazy. All right, what are we doing next, guys? Do we have anything else in? Nothing else that was in the content suggestions really jumped out at me as something that I wanted to go over. Those pictures of him in a dress roasted him? I didn't even remember that, dude. Jesus.
Over there.
Well, I guess we can try and laugh at Tim Pool for a couple of minutes, I guess. I can't stand the guy, but we can try. I hate going over Tim Pool because there's nothing of value ever fucking said in his show. Again, if you guys have any ideas of what would be interesting to go over, we've already gone over the drones in New Jersey. We've, I guess now we've dove into talking about fucking Matt Gaetz for some stupid fucking reason. Yeah, I can't see anything else. I guess we could make fun of Hassan later. Let's see what this is about.
This past weekend, the Assad government in Syria collapsed. Bashar al-Assad has fled to Russia. The U.S., Israel, and Turkey.
Cawthorn, Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Boebert got to excise those shits from the party. But like, here's the thing: like, I feel bad for conservatives who like actually have principles. You know, found it. Skip to 1:30. Okay, we can listen to this without the fucking goofy music in the background. But yeah, let me just say this. Like, I feel bad for like conservatives who are principled, who like care about people in their party having morals and having ethics and shit like that. Because like people who are getting elected, who are like the staunchest Trump people, right? Like Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Boebert, and I guess the Cawthorn guy, though I guess he got voted out. Like they're the most scandal-ridden fucking retards in the entire fucking country. Like, holy shit. The fact that Boebert was caught like groping some guy that I don't think that she was married to, while like blatantly like blowing vape smoke into a pregnant woman's face, you know, like feels like that would be like an affront to the sensibilities of a lot of conservatives, you know? It's not funny at all. The USG feigns USG? U.S. government feigns ignorance and surprise about the fall of the Assad regime. We didn't see the 10,000 plus fighters flood that country over the last year prepping to smash Assad. Wait, JMac, I haven't heard literally anybody on any platform in any format say anything about 10,000 plus fighters flood that country over the past year, like preparing for this. Are you the serial killer's contact? Yes, I am. Hit me up for payments. Yet still more successful than you. I mean, they're older than me and they have a political career and they built it off of like weird conspiracy theories, but I'm not sure if I would be proud of my success if that was my success. A 17-year-old was his GF. How old was he? He was in his 30s, I believe. And he's been in Congress since what, 2020? Or was it 2018 that he got elected in? Even through Biden's years, and he's a pedo for a 17-year-old. Everything else while President Trump said in a dumb locker room jest. Fuck, man. Adrianne, can you reword that entire fucking thing? I think I know what you're trying to say, but fuck. I heard Kamala may do stand-up so she can pay her $20 million back. Oh, base. I bet it's going to be fucking hilarious, too. All right, let's see what this says, and then we're moving on from the Matt Gaetz bullshit.
Biden to be their nominee. 33% of Democrats only want Biden to be the nominee. I've never seen the Democrats more divided. And remember, the only reason Matt Gaetz did a motion to vacate is because he had an ethics complaint paying an underage woman and he wanted me to stop it.
You have gone at it with Matt Gaetz. This incident happened earlier, I think today, on the convention floor. Let's roll that video.
Tonight, are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? One person, Hey, you're not, if you took that stage, you would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage.
Nobody's fucking listening to him. No one's paying attention. Poor Gaetz, dude. I almost feel bad for him. Are the Republicans still blocking Gaetz' ethics report? Well, my understanding is when he left Congress, it put it into a like weird place where they like, is it, can they release it and stuff like that? There were some Republicans who were saying that they wanted it to be released, and there were some that were saying that they didn't want it to be released. I'm not sure where that is because I'm not following that story super hard, like close. Like guys might do, mind you, not in office. Duh, he's a rapist. Then I don't give a shit. Everything in DC is BS except the stolen 20 election. Sorry. I'm sorry you feel that way, Adrianne. There's open source reporting about the 10,000 fighters having trained in Afghanistan preparing for war in Syria. I dropped something into Discord for you. Where did you drop it? Which channel? Why would the Taliban, aren't the Taliban allies of, wait, actually, maybe I'm just super wrong on this. Taliban linked with, oh wait, did it say it? Wait, hold on. Does Iran support the Taliban? No, it couldn't have been them. Got to get it first? Okay, gotcha, JMac. But it couldn't have been them because Iran formalizes ties with the Taliban. This is a like incredibly major fucking blow to Iran. The Taliban wouldn't have been training anti-Assad people because Assad is like was a major lifeline for Iran to get shit to its proxies. It's too many words, not enough space. Oh, just split what you're trying to say into two messages, because I legitimately, I'm sorry, Adrianne, I have no idea what you're trying to fucking say. Wrong clip. This is the one. Is this the same fucking clip? I do not care. I do not care. We're done with the Matt Gaetz. I'm done with the Matt Gaetz. Okay. I just want to move on to something else. Okay. Okay. Let's, I guess let's make fun of Tim Pool for a little bit. It's not a proxy for Iran. Right. But if they have formal ties. Oh, hold on. Maybe you're right. Okay, maybe they do have complicated. Okay, well, I mean, interesting. Al Qaeda and ISIS are using Afghan. No, ISIS. That one I do doubt, because I do know the Taliban fucking hates ISIS, and I know that Al Qaeda fucking hates ISIS. I love making fun of Tim Pool. He is the absolute worst, which is why I fucking hate watching him. But let's see what he has to say.
Over this past weekend, the Assad government in Syria collapsed. Bashar al-Assad has fled to Russia.
Knockout.
The U.S., Israel, and Turkey have begun military strikes in Syria, with the U.S. and Israel saying they're taking out chemical weapon sites to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Of course, there's a simple way to describe everything. If you simply pull up any news website, there's been a conversation ongoing sometime about World War III. And now we have Jamie Dimon, actually this was a month ago, but it's now being picked up once again, saying that World War III has already begun. And is
Now, I will say this. I've heard very decent arguments for saying that World War III has already begun, but like that it began years ago. Like years and years ago, arguably with the invasion of Ukraine, arguably with the foreign interference from Russia and Iran and China into our elections and shit. There are arguments for, us already being in World War III or the beginning stages of it. Because, I mean, if you look back in history, there is no like really super clear cut. It's not really a super clear-cut point for when World War II started, for when World War I started, right? I mean, there was military campaigns going on in East Asia from Japan during World War II before, 1939, September 29th, right? There was already conflict brewing in Europe during World War I before the assassination of Franz Ferdinand. So, like, creating a specific, all right, this is the point that this war began, It's more Cold War II than World War III. Right, but, like, assuming that this turns into some kind of hot war, we could point towards a lot of the stuff that's going on right now as like the beginning point of World War III. I'm not saying that we necessarily are in World War III, but there is a compelling argument that I have heard that World War III has already begun. It's just like those initial like beginning stages of like major conflict, right? Now, I'm not saying it's 100. Oh, I got you, Adrianne. But it's just like one of those things that we'll have to wait and see, 22, but delayed until 23, are now planning attacks against U.S. embassies in Europe and attacks here in the U.S. called the Homeland attacks. Here's my the only reason that I have any kind of skepticism of what you're saying, JMac, is because when it comes to wait, hold on. What's more interesting is that China, Iran, and the Taliban are cooperating together to exploit stuff like uranium in Afghanistan. Oh, that one I don't disagree with, right? But like, ISIS and Al Qaeda and Taliban all like being chummy and training together in some way. Like no, Al Qaeda has been fighting against ISIS. There's documentation, there's videos. Is your mic cover a Pokemon? No, it is a hospital sock, and I keep it on there because it makes so many people angry. Just like my understanding of the Middle East, I don't think it's they don't have to be chummy to coordinate against shared goals, right? But like, I don't think that ISIS has a shared goal in Syria with Al Qaeda and the Taliban, or with Iran for that matter. Like, and plus, like a lot of what went down in Syria was due to like Turkish-backed forces, right? Like the Syrian Free Army, I think. There's a lot of different names that all kind of sound the same. So correct me if I'm wrong. If the Syrian Free Army isn't the Turkish-backed one, but I'm pretty sure they are. Like they made a pretty big push after that initial surge that basically spelt the death knell for the Assad regime, right? I think that there's so many different, when it comes to Syria, there are so many different goals, aspirations from so many different groups that to say that there's like one side versus another, or like these people are good and these people are bad, is like incredibly difficult to say. When it comes to Syria, we're looking at like everyone has a shade of badness about them, and we're talking about the least bad, and we're going to have to see what happens going forward. Like personally, I'm happy the Assad regime fell. Not because I particularly like the guys that took over, right? But because like, I mean, Assad was chemical gassing his own fucking people, right? He was arguably one of the most brutal dictators in the Middle East. Like he was not a good fucking person. That doesn't mean that the people that took over are also good, or are good for, are good guys, right? I'm just saying that, hey, thank you for the sub, my friend. Amazing. But yeah, it doesn't mean that they're good guys. It's just something that one bad thing has been toppled. Let's see how bad the next thing is, Did they run out of countries to start fighting with? What are they making Biden do? To put U.S. in the shite for Trump? No, I mean, like, I don't think that what happened in Syria had anything to do with the U.S. I think that the U.S. has enough foreign policy shit or like foreign issues going on. I don't think that we needed anything else going on. And I like again, there's so many groups that have so many different goals in Syria right now, right? That the idea that even like a country as big and as powerful and as influential as the United States going in and saying, all right, guys, now's the time. Fucking hoof it to Aleppo, Why now is right? Well, the reason why now is because here, hey, 1 second. Let me. Oh, 1 second. Give me 1 second. My girlfriend is asking for some assistance. I will be back in like 45 seconds. All right, stick around. If you're watching on YouTube, like the stream, subscribe, etc., etc., etc. I'll be right back. I'm going to take the opportunity to pee real quick. I'm telling everyone, as you can see, I just texted Billy. I tried to call Melissa, she was late. Bad reception. I, spam texted back. No one's responding. They need to know. Are they going to get married yet? All right. Where is my... Oh, took my earphones out. Anyways, so what I was in the middle of saying was basically I feel like there's so many groups going with different ideologies and different goals in Syria, Turkey, and Russia, and Syria, and Iran, and like 200 fucking militant groups that have varying levels of loyalty to multiple different people, you know? Like... I feel so uneducated on this shit. Well, listen, the big players are going to be the U.S., Israel, Iran, and Russia. Like, those are going to be the big players in the Middle East, all right? And when it comes to those players, when it comes to Syria, the U.S. has interests insofar as we have friends in the Kurds. The Kurds are our allies, so we, you know, obviously we're supporting them. The Russians very much supported Assad. F to them, you know. Oh, did I not say Turkey? I thought that I said Turkey. Turkey also as well. And I'm not just talking about just Syria. I'm talking about in the Middle East in general. I guess you could also say Saudi Arabia. Yeah, why would I forget Saudi Arabia? But these are the big players there. And when it comes to Syria, the U.S. has some interest there. Obviously, we like stable governments, and we like stable governments that are at least friendly to us, or like could be friendly to us. The Kurds and the Turks are our allies, neither of which took Damascus. Yeah, but all I'm saying is, like, again, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I like the guys that took over Syria, right? I'm just saying that, like, I'm celebrating the fact that the bad guy got ousted. I don't know if these guys are going to like hold on to their promises of being as, you know, multicultural and, you know, democracy loving as they're like trying to rebrand themselves as being. That's a wait and see thing, right? But I do know that the guy who was gassing his own people is gone, which is good. And that's all we can really say about it. Right. And I can say this, that they are not friends of Iran. Iran is probably one of the few countries that I would say has an evil fucking government. Right. I would say Russia and I would say Iran. Probably like those regimes are like probably the cause for the most amount of death in the 21st century. Like, it is unfucking real what they do. It is unfucking real, you know? Not so good guys took Damascus. We are hoping it works out better. Yes. Blizzard, exactly. But like, yeah, anything that hurts Russia and Iran, I'm all for. Like, the more I learn about like their actions, especially in the Middle East, like, holy fucking shit. Like, Iran really is really fucking evil, okay? Russia corrupted your entire Republican Party. And yeah, there were some holdouts. I don't know if they're still around, but have you seen CNN interview HTS leader Jelani? The reason why I didn't click on that video in the content suggestions is because I'm not sure if I trust a lot of what he would say right now. Actions speak louder than words, you know? I'm a huge thinker of what's going on and who's at the big seat with the pen. Conspiracy theorist. And none of them care for the U.S., even their own people. Who doesn't care for the U.S.? Like, the guys that took over? Probably not. You're in a very anti-conspiracy theory group right now. We talked about this earlier. I need evidence before I believe something. I don't need stories. I need solid evidence of something. I cannot think of a single conspiracy theory that I currently believe in. The Middle East? I think that there's a couple of them that are like fine with the U.S. I think that Saudi Arabia probably likes the U.S. a whole lot. We buy a lot of their oil and we've done a lot of stuff for them, right? Israel's in the Middle East. They're like our strongest ally in the Middle East. Fuck, do we have anyone else? The Kurds. We have the Kurds and we have Turkey. Although Turkey is kind of like on the border of Europe and the Middle East. What's going on in Iraq? Because I don't fucking know. But I've heard that they're going through a lot of turmoil, but I don't keep up with the like day-to-day like domestic issues going on in Iraq. Turkey is kind of genocidal. Yeah, they really do not like our allies, the Kurds, which is one reason why it's probably good that Turkey didn't take over there, because they would probably turn forces over and just start like genociding the Kurds. But anyways, let's watch Tim Pool. We've been talking about this for a while. We should just talk about it. And again, hey guys, really quick, if you guys like my content and you guys want to help me out, there are ways that you can help me out. Let me show you. First off, you can donate if you guys want to help a brother out directly to my bank account. There's going to be a link that pops up right there. You can send me money. Helps me buy Christmas presents for my loved ones, all right? Because I am very poor and I feel very guilty at the lack of nice presents I've been able to get people. You can also join the Discord. Joining the Discord is a great way to continue interacting with me and chat when we are not live. You can also post stuff in there that you want me to go over on stream, etc., etc. And I feel like there's another thing. Oh, yeah, subscribe to the YouTube channel, all right? Like the stream and subscribe to the YouTube channel. All those things help me out quite a lot. I had to recreate the noise because I accidentally made my hands fart, and I did not want you guys to think that I actually farted. So you have to, immediately after you make a noise like that, you have to recreate it, or everyone's going to think. All right, let's keep going.
Over this past weekend, the Assad government in Syria collapsed. Bashar al-Assad has fled to Russia. The U.S., Israel, and Turkey have begun military strikes in Syria, with the U.S. and Israel saying they're taking out chemical weapon sites to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Of course, there's a simple way to describe everything. If you simply pull up any news website, there's been a conversation ongoing sometime about World War III. And now we have Jamie Dimon, actually this was a month ago, but it's now being picked up once again, saying that World War III has already begun. And his financial team is taking a look at ways they can protect their assets as this war escalates into, I don't know, pure chaos. Now, of course, my view on all of this was that once Donald Trump won, well before Trump won, the establishment forces in the United States, the Uniparty, the military-industrial complex, would do everything in their power to escalate this war, which is now international, in an effort to create a crisis that Donald Trump could not prevent. And it looks like that's what we're seeing now with the U.S.
Again, like the idea that like our government did like create this like crisis for Trump to deal with is just fucking insane, dude. And the reason it's insane is because it doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help anyone in the United States. It doesn't help Biden. It doesn't help the Democrats. It's just an event that happens. Like, believe it or not, every world event isn't as a result of the U.S., you know? Every world event is not a result of the U.S. doing something. One second. Is this fucking game, this ROM hack, where is Ralts? Route 102. Am I in Route 102 right now? Where the fuck am I? Oh, wait. Route 102. Okay.
U.S. engaging in military strikes, precision strikes in Syria, Israel's involvement. You can make arguments about chemical weapons being bad, and I'm not going to sit here and defend Bashar al-Assad. This war has been going for a long time. But I also think it's important for us to recognize
it doesn't help people. It does help the military-industrial complex, but like that's assuming that we're going to start selling weapons to like the entirety of Syria. Like, we don't know if that's going to happen, right? And also, like, the military-industrial complex, like, simply does not have the sway that you think it does. Like, their profit margins are not that, they're not, I think that the diaper brand Pampers has a higher, not just revenue, they have a higher profit than the entirety of all of the military contractors in the United States. Like, a diaper brand has more profits. I don't think that the military industrial complex is running that much shit. At least in the current day.
We are not dealing with comic book villainy. This is real world international conflict, and there are no good guys. Certainly there are interests, and I think it's fair to say U.S. interests are better. But as we can see from the will of the American people in this past election, the interests of the American people are non-intervention and anti-war.
Well, guess what? We didn't fucking like start this shit happening. We've been selling weapons to both sides for years. We haven't been selling weapons to both sides. We've been selling weapons, I don't even know if we've been selling weapons, because I don't know if these fucking like militia groups, operating out of fucking caves and shit have the money to buy weapons from us, right? We probably just giving them weapons. And it's probably, outdated weapons, right? It's not like what we're giving to the fucking Ukrainians. We're not giving, we're not giving Mohammed fucking attackums, okay? And we definitely didn't sell to Assad, okay? Like, no one in the United States right now, unless like you can give me information that proves otherwise, I don't think we're profiting off of what's going on over there. I think that we have interests in the fact that we have friends in the Kurds, right? And we probably really fucking hate Assad because he's being propped up by Iran, who is probably one of the most evil fucking governments in the entire world.
Which is why I'm not surprised that the current government has done everything seemingly in their power to make these conflicts worse. Well, Donald Trump is talking about sitting down and discussing peace deals with Zelensky and Putin. We're looking at Joe Biden pledging the U.S. will do everything in its power, including humanitarian relief to Syria in this time. It's going to get bad. Russia has a naval base in. We're looking at Joe Biden pledging the U.S. will do everything in its power, including humanitarian relief to Syria in this time.
Oh, no, not humanitarian relief. Oh, no, the military-industrial complex. It strikes again, guys.
It's going to get bad. Russia has a naval base in Tartus in Syria, which is one of the principal reasons for all of this. I mean, this is war with Russia. Russia's Navy has reportedly evacuated Tartus, which is massive. They're likely going to go to, I'd imagine, Sevastopol. I'm not entirely sure.
Sevastopol.
But I don't think this ends with Russia simply laying down its arms and giving up.
Where the fuck is Rolfs,
Now, there is a
dude?
possibility. Nuclear war is on the table. We don't know. I think there is a decent probability it is, but I'm not saying greater than chance. There's a few ways we can look at this. One, we don't know at all what's really going on. And seeing news reports is not really helping. Now, with the benefit of X and other social media platforms, we can see videos emerging from these locations during the war, which gives us a general idea of what is true and what is not. That being said, I read these news reports, I see what Joe Biden is saying, and for all we know, the U.S. has already secured certain areas. They're not going to tell us. We're not going to know. So, in that regard, the first and most obvious thing is there is the greatest probability in all of this is that we will be caught off guard as regular old civilians watching the news, having no idea what's going on. There is another possibility, and the scary one is that this escalates.
5 days ago, Syria had already fallen, right? Like we have some idea of what went on over there now due to reporting and due to a whole bunch of other factors. Like we have an idea of what's going on over there at this point. Now during the initial like couple of days where shit just started like fucking moving, years were fitting into days. Then yeah, like at that point there was probably a bunch of stuff that was being reported that was either very quickly out of date or just like incorrect. But like at this point, I'm pretty sure we have a pretty good idea of what happened, I do need to know. I haven't kept up with the story because I've just had so much like stuff going on in my like IRL life right? But why was Israel like expanding past the Golan Heights? Was it just like they wanted to increase the buffer zone? Is that what their like excuse was? Because I don't think that that was a good move on their part, like at all. I would say that was probably a really bad move on their part. Okay, that is what they said, because that was what my thought was that they were going to say, but I didn't actually see any statements, I don't think.
With Russia being forced to evacuate Tartus, their naval base, they're now at risk of losing access to the Mediterranean entirely. Of course, they have access to the Black Sea and other areas, but they'd have to rebuild new ports. And with the expansion of this war and Ukrainian forces and Western forces in support of Ukraine, I'll be nice, attacking Russia, things are getting crazy. But Russia appears to be routed. Losing this naval base is massive. So based on the cursory information we can get as regular old people read the news, well, it seems like Russia's not in a good spot. From here, we can see another couple of possibilities. Russia reacts rather negatively. We already know that North Korea is sending troops in to aid Russia. Russia may say to China, look, we go down, you go down next. Yes. We have to come together. I mean, the BRICS nations may say no to all of this, but who knows? Some of these countries may simply be saying, do we want to go up against the United States and the Western forces? I'm not so sure. But, oh boy. We are now learning that Taiwan is on high alert because China's deployed a bunch of warships. China wants to seize control of Taiwan. There's tremendous resources and technology, and they claim that island as their own. Of course, Taiwan is actually the original government of China that was forced out of China by the communists. But yeah, that's all in the past, to be honest. So what we're looking at now is China has a strong interest in assisting Russia to keep Western forces occupied in the Middle East and Eastern Europe so that they can move in on Taiwan. It's not so simple, however, because the U.S. is still engaged in the Pacific and Australia and the U.S. have been aligned. Japan, South Korea, there is a strong potential that this would not go so easily for China if they keep the fight, even if they keep the fight in Eastern Europe. But now with the fall of Syria, it's an exacerbation of potential conflicts, and I got to say, it's quite worrying. My friends, let's break this down. The first news, I think, the important news, not this article. I got so much on this, so much going on here. I think I can just report. I mean, the Assad regime, rebels broke their way to Damascus, the capital. After seeing Homs fall, Homs, how you pronounce it, it was fairly obvious to a lot of people that Damascus would be next. Syria's capital would collapse. Bashar al-Assad would flee. This country is going to become, I don't know. I'll try to be nice, but it's going to be a dump. It's going to be flattened war.
I'm sick that we are stuck in a country with our name on it again, and I don't support Ukraine. Again, another poke bear knowing U.S. will help you. Well, what do you mean poke the bear knowing the U.S. will help you? The Ukraine didn't poke any bear. Ukraine was just chilling, and then Russia invaded them. Like, Ukraine was literally just chilling, and then like when the U.S. was saying, "Hey, Russia's about to invade you," Ukraine was like, "No, don't say that. No, that's not going to happen because we're all going to be chill. We're all going to be chill. Nothing bad's going to happen because we're not doing anything to Russia, and Russia doesn't need to do anything to us. We're all just chilling, right?" And then Russia decided not to be chill, and they fucking invaded them, right? Ukraine just wanted to have a trade deal with Europe. That's literally it. They weren't seeking NATO membership. They weren't being U.S. fucking puppets. There wasn't anything like that. It was just Ukraine fucking chilling. And then Russia was like, I would actually rather not be chill, you know?
War zone garbage. And I don't mean that of the people, and it's sad to see. But the reality is, it is going to be flattened. The rebels are not going to run things properly. There's continuing airstrikes. Well,
we don't know if they're going to run things properly. It's entirely possible that they don't run things properly. We're just going to have to see. We're going to have to see. I don't know who is claiming that this is going to be good for Syria. Other than the fact that, you know, they don't like Assad, and so it's probably better than Assad in a lot of people's eyes. But
hearing, I believe this is true. I believe we're hearing that there's airstrikes in Damascus. The city is going to crumble, just like we saw in Libya. The people who live in this country are probably going to flee as refugees, and I can only imagine where they end up. So, my friends, let's read a little bit of the news here.
Is he saying that we're going to get an influx of Syrian refugees here in the United States? Because when that happened, during the Syrian civil war, refugee crisis, most of those motherfuckers went to Europe. They didn't come to the U.S. because we didn't let them in. We only let in a couple, right? Ukraine wasn't pushing their luck trying to move where Russia doesn't want them too close, or is that a lie? No. Ukraine, where was Ukraine barely? Why would Ukraine, a fucking third world country, try to go up against what everyone thought was the second most powerful military in the entire world? Ukraine wasn't trying to push anyone's luck, okay? Literally what happened was Ukraine, this is the short, very abridged version of what happened with Ukraine. Ukraine wanted to have a better economic outlook. They had a trade deal that was, they had a path, right? They could either go in a trade deal with Russia, which would mean that under those terms, how much money from the U.S.? This had nothing to do with the U.S., okay? They could either go towards Russia and do a trade deal with them where Russia got to control literally every aspect of the trade agreement. Like Russia is in control of Belarus, just like they're in control of Kazakhstan, right? Like it was that trade block, right? They got to set the tariffs. They got to set who they could trade with and when they could trade with them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Or they could have a trade deal that was being drafted with the European Union. And that one is just like, hey, you can trade with the European Union now, and you have access to our markets, and it's probably a significantly, incredibly much better deal than being. They've got a billion. Listen, Adrian, I'm starting. This is 2013. Okay, we're starting in 2013. All right. And so Ukraine was like, you know what? I want to go with the European one because that gives us a lot more money for, economic development, right? This wasn't a deal with the U.S. trade or trade with the U.S. This was a deal with trade with Europe, the European Union, okay? Then a guy was in office and he said, actually, I think instead of, the overwhelmingly popular thing, having the trade deal with Europe, we're going to go with the trade deal with Russia where they get to control us like we're their bitch. And a lot of Ukrainians had a massive fucking problem with that, right? And they went out and protested. Then the guy said, actually, you're not going to protest against me. And then he started having his security forces shoot the protesters. And that turned into a very short revolution. It didn't turn into a whole ass civil war, just a very short revolution that ended with him fleeing to Russia, right? At that point, what's the timeline here? So we're at the point where Yanukovych, I think, or am I thinking of a different name? Because all these fucking Russian, Ukrainian fucking names blend together to me. But I think the next guy was Yanukovych. Anyone in chat want to disagree with me? Okay. Yanukovych was the guy that ran away. Who was the guy that went in after him? Right? I can't remember. What was it? Zelensky next? I don't think it was Zelensky. Poroshenko went in next. Right. And so Poroshenko went in and they wanted to do the deal with the EU, but everything was a little bit fucked because immediately after they did the whole revolution, Russia invaded them. Now they didn't listen. Russia didn't invade openly like they did this time. They invaded quietly with little green men, and they took over Crimea. They took away land immediately because Ukraine wanted to do a trade deal with Europe. That's what happened. And they started a civil war in Ukraine since 2014, where they had not only their own troops, I think they might have sent their own troops like into the Donbass in like 2018 or some shit like that. But during the Civil War, there were Russian troops over there, right? This guy has his history messed up. No, I don't. Sorry. I mean, like, if you want to be a Russian fucking like dick suck, you can do that. But I'm not going to suck any Russian dick. I'm not going to suck Putin's dick. I'm going to tell the truth as it was, like, literally playing out in history. You can repeat all sorts of Russia Today narratives all you fucking want, but this is what happened, okay? So after, what, about 10 years of civil war, I guess 8 years, because they invaded in 22, Russia was like, okay, well, this is taking way too long. We're actually just going to go in there and we're going to take over. And, you know, those Ukrainians, they actually love us. And it's like the Western puppet government that is, you know, holding everyone back. And then they tried to invade in 2022 and said it was going to be a 3-day military operation. It turns out that, believe it or not, the Ukrainians really don't want to be fucking ruled by Russia. And so they all fucking set up, you know, like we all watched it all happen in real time. Them creating barricades in the streets of Kyiv, right? And like them fighting off and losing a bunch of fucking ground and then fighting back, right? Like Ukraine does not want to be a part of Russia. They've made that very, very fucking clear over the past 3-4 years. You don't have to be an ass, but you're wrong. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit passionate about this because when I see like a smaller nation just getting fucking, you know, dogpiled by what we thought was going to be the second largest and most powerful military in the entire world, and then people make excuses for why Russia invaded Ukraine, like there's literally any justification, even if all of this, the Russian excuses for why they invaded were legit, like it still wouldn't give them a reason to invade. Like even if Ukraine wanted to join NATO, they don't love their people. Where was help before that? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. They don't love their people. They love their people and they love their country. And that's why they don't want to be fucking a vassal state of Russia. Like if we were invaded by China and Russia tomorrow and we had, you know, tens of thousands of people dying due to a massive fucking siege from the two other like near peer or allegedly near peer militaries, and we had tens of thousands of people dying fighting for our fucking country, would you say that we don't love our people? No. That's insane. They love their people, they love their children, and they don't want to see their children be fucking, you know, dog walked by the same people who have been dog walking them for the past couple of centuries. They finally had 30 years of freedom from Russia, and they were like, you know what? We kind of like that. We kind of like not being ruled by Russia. And then Putin said, actually, I kind of like you being ruled by Russia. And now, where are we? We're in year 2.5, almost 3 of this war, of them saying very clearly, we don't want to be ruled by Russia. And people are still saying that there's a large contingency of people in Ukraine that want to be ruled by Russia? And I can see that you agree with Adrianne, but like, I don't understand what she means was, where was help before that? Then I saw quiet. I don't know what that means. Why am I talking to a bag of candy? I put a sock over my microphone because it makes everybody mad. But again, like, it's hard to convo on comments. I would not like it either. Okay. Were they ready for fighting Russia? No, they were very, very, they were very, very not ready to fight Russia. But they fucking pulled it out, and they survived long enough for the U.S. to start sending stuff over there. Like the U.S. under Trump started sending them Stinger missiles, because it was thought at the time that I don't even know if this was just thought. This was the case at the beginning of this, right? That Russia's main strength militarily came from their tank divisions. They had fuckloads of tanks, just an unbelievable amount of tanks. Even compared to us, like, that was where their power lie, is in how many fucking tanks they had, right? So we sent them Stinger missiles because Stinger missiles fly up in the air and then straight down on top of the tank where the least amount of armor is. They're tank killing missiles, right? However, now with your clarification, I'm now okay with it, so please carry on. I gotcha. But yeah, like, at the end of the day, help from the UK before that. Well, I don't know what I'm not like super in-depth knowledgeable about every single like nation's contribution to Ukraine, right? I do know that England sent like the Shadow Sword missiles or whatever the fuck. Also, can someone explain to me why the UK names their military tech like it's a JRPG, like the Shadow Sword missile? Like, don't get me wrong, that shit sounds cool as fuck, but like, we have a TACMS missile and then they have the Shadow Sword. $1 billion we're fighting these people? I mean, no, we're not fighting these people. We're supplying people to be able to fight for themselves. Or Storm Shadow. I mean, same thing. Like, it still sounds like it's from a JRPG. It sounds cool as fuck, right? Yeah, and then once we started like slowing down because of all of the like, you know, hemming and hawing over, oh no, we're sending them, you know, missiles that and explosives that we're about to explode ourselves for more money. Mind you, a lot of the stuff that we sent to Ukraine was stuff that we here at home were going to have to pay to explode ourselves. And it was going to cost us more to explode it here because it was near its expiration date. Explosives don't last forever. And because they were near their expiration date, we were going to have to safely dispose of them here at home. And instead of doing that and spending a fuckload of money on that, guess what? We sent them to Ukraine and put them to good use, letting people fight for their fucking freedom. And I think that's fucking based. And I think that's what America is all about. And if the Russian government is going to, you know, fucking throw itself on the fucking, you know, barbed wire and fucking shoot itself in the dick over this, that's just icing on the cake. You have something called a Tomahawk? I'm pretty sure we don't make Tomahawk missiles anymore, right? Or am I thinking of something else? Aren't we basically funding their pensions and their government currently still? The majority of what we sent over there has been like actual like military aid, like not just we've sent money over there so that their government is functioning so that they can continue fighting. Yes. But like we've also like the majority of what we sent over there is like literally physical material. That's my understanding. And I'm pretty sure like 2 streams ago, we looked this up and found a graph that showed like, what was it, $120 billion worth of like military, like physical items, you know? Crucified. There's like, so there was a Russian propaganda video that went out that was proven to be a Russian propaganda video saying that Ukrainians were crucifying Russians in the Donbass. But like if you watch the video, it's very obviously fake. But because people don't want to actually watch a video of someone getting crucified, they just see the screenshot of it and they assume that it's real and they think that Ukraine is like a horrible place. It's hard to use no bad words. I mean, you can use bad words. I curse like fucking crazy on here. Okay, I have no filter. You still make them? What's the... Okay, Anyone in chat know what's the like? Oh, is it Patriot missiles we don't make anymore? There's some kind of missile that was like really famous that we stopped making. Bro's playing a dangerous game. Talking like that is basically asking for your account banned. What have I said that's bad? I'm not sure if I know what that situation is. Maybe if I don't know it by name. Let me see. Copy. Oh, this was from 3 days ago. Now, if this is something that just happened, I like the past couple of weeks, I've been like super out of the loop. I have a lot of stuff going on in my real life, so I haven't seen a lot of news, which is why we're kind of catching up with news on stream today. But here, switch to these earphones because those are dying. Russian forces less than 2 miles from key Ukrainian city of Pokrovsk. Right now, both Ukraine and Russia are trying to get as far, get as much ground as possible for the seemingly coming resolution of the war. I say any people dying is horrible. Okay, fuck it then, LOL. Well, I'm not gonna. I don't ban people for disagreeing. I ban people for being unintelligent, trolls. Like if someone just says like Trump 2024 5,000 times in my chat, I'll probably ban them. But if someone's just disagreeing with me, then that's fine. Hold on, let me click on this real quick.
Russia's First Channel has stood by a story it put out in July in which it interviewed a woman who said that a young boy had been crucified in the eastern Ukrainian town of Slavyansk by Ukrainian forces. But the channel has admitted that its journalists did not have and do not have any proof to back up the woman's claims, but the channel said it was a real story from a woman who really exists, and that the channel had no chance to either contradict or confirm what she said. The commentary from Channel 1 came following questions at Russian President Putin's annual year-end press conference last week, during which he was asked by a journalist from Russia.
Damn, 9 years, he has aged fucking crazy, hasn't he?
Russia's independent TV Rain, specifically about the Channel 1 story and for his opinion regarding Russian state-backed television sowing and inflaming hatred in Russian society.
Yeah, Repicad. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Yeah, I do know about that. I thought that there was like a longer range, not like personal like carry missile, that we had that we stopped producing. But maybe I'm just like having a stroke and don't know. Will slather me in batter and beat me like a disobedient corn dog. What you watching, Sondsol? I don't even know what we're watching at this point. Fart inhaler slam poetry. have we interacted before? But yeah, like when you say like any people dying, Adrianne, any people dying is horrible. Like yeah, people dying is horrible, and like. In general, I'm anti-war, but I'm also for, like people, I'm for people being able to defend themselves to the point where they, like, until they no longer feel that defending themselves is worth it. When it comes to like people like on the world stage being bullies, and being like total pieces of shit, I'm against those people. I'm against like China saying that they're going to invade Taiwan. If Taiwan wants to defend themselves, we should honestly, we shouldn't just like help Taiwan defend themselves with weapons. We honestly need like boots on the ground for that one. The stakes are too high. But like when it comes to like Russia or like anyone like fighting against Iran, like yeah, like those people probably don't want to be, you know, ruled over by, you know, horrible fucking dictators. I don't like it when people are compelled to do something from some other like foreign government against their will, right? I don't like it when people are put under, you know, the thumb of a dictator against their will, you know? But with 1 billion, no people should be dying citizens? Well, $1 billion when it comes to a war like this is probably a drop in the bucket, unfortunately, just like the way that weapon systems work. But like, no people should be dying, right? But like, it's not the Russian civilians that are dying. It's not it's Russia that is killing the civilians. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, we're not just looking for people to not die. We're looking for people to be able to, you know, have self-determination, to not be beholden to like a larger power with no say in their future for themselves, right? People say that we do that, but like that's not really what our foreign policy is like, right? It might seem that way because we are the most powerful nation in the entire world, right? But there are like genuinely a lot of people who, because we are the largest and most powerful nation in the entire world, want to be friendly with us, believe it or not, because we offer them a lot in return. Just by being friendly with us, they get a lot in return. We don't really have to force people to be our friends, whereas Russia does have to force people to be their friends. What's that old saying? If you call the U.S., they will come. If you call for no one, Russia will. What is that old saying? Oh man, there's this old saying that Eastern European, like ex-Soviet bloc countries would say, and it was essentially, how's it going, Goku Gaines? It essentially boils down to like, if you call for the U.S. to come and help you, they will come, and if you call for nobody, Russia will come. And that kind of like plays out. I'm butchering the hell out of the saying, but it's essentially saying like the U.S. will come and help you if you ask for it. But if you don't want any help from anyone, if you just want to live your life on your own, then Russia will come in and they'll just take you over, right? Have you given your take on the drone situation? Yeah, it seems really fucking retarded that everybody's losing their minds over all these drones flying over New Jersey when, based off of all the statements from the government, it seems almost certain that it's military tech being tested out and they're just like telling everyone to chill out. Like, they're saying, yes, there are drones that are flying over. No, we don't know where they're coming from. No, they are not from a foreign adversary. Do not shoot them down. Do not follow them where they're going. They pose no danger. We know that like half or more of the UFO sightings in the Nevada desert were because of us testing out like our B-2 bombers and shit, right? From Area 51. Is probably something similar to that. We're in the age of drone warfare. And we're probably testing out military tech, and it seems really fucking stupid that everybody's losing their minds over something that is almost certainly a U.S. government, like weapons test. What were the other half? That's a good question, Dr. Demand. All right. I guess we can try and finish some more of this. I hate Tim Pool so much. I hate watching him. We don't know where they're coming from, but they aren't foreign. That makes no sense. Yeah, because it's probably something domestic. It's probably U.S. military tech. It's probably new drones that we're testing out, and we don't want our adversaries to know what kind of tech we have. And so we're not going to tell everyone, oh, this is what we're doing. Then they do know where. Yeah, they're probably lying to us when they say they don't know where it's coming from. The idea that the government doesn't know where dozens to hundreds of drones are flying in and out of the U.S. airspace every single fucking night for the past month. Like, the idea that we have no idea where those are coming from, like at the federal level, is beyond comprehension for me. So we're showing our tech to random New Jersey civilians. What I assume is they're like testing out how long that they can actually stay airborne and like how far from like the point of origin they can go before they start losing signal and shit like that, you know? Like, that's what my assumption would be. They're Johnny on the scene. Well, I mean, like, if and again, like, my opinion on this can be shifted very easily, right? It just requires like some alternate, give me some narrative that makes sense given all of the statements that have been given by the government up to this point. Give me some narrative that makes sense with all of that, and give me a reason why the government would be lying about it in this way, right? And like, give me some, or like, if you have some evidence, give me some fucking evidence and I'll change my opinion. But that's my opinion based off of everything that I've seen and heard. Should have tested it in a less populated area. There might be, well, if the U.S. military is a well-oiled machine, okay? And I assume that if the U.S. government wants to test it on the East Coast, there's probably a reason that they're testing it on the East Coast. Lendergoat, if you have something that would change my mind, please give me the most likely answer. I think it's funny that when people hear drones, they think quadcopters. Yeah, I tried to look up like images of these drones, and if you go on Google and you type in New Jersey drones, right, and look at all the pictures that are there, every single one of the pictures is fucking different. There were reports of sightings on the West Coast as well now. I would be highly skeptical of that because half of the reports that have been given are literally just like fixed wing aircraft, like private jets that are flying overhead. Listen, if you're talking like Adrianne, if you're still talking about like the Ukraine thing, I think that we should have had boots on the ground before Russia actually put people like, you know, like cross the border and said, hey, we have 10,000 U.S. military personnel in Ukraine right now. If you invade over here, it will be seen as an active war against the United States. We're not going to attack you. We're just fucking chilling here. But if you guys want to invade Ukraine, then like that's what I think that we should have done. Unless someone gives me a really good reason why that would be a bad idea. Like, just saying, like, try it, motherfucker. China's military has become highly developed in the past 4 years. Yeah, but the idea that there's some Chinese mothership off the coast of the East Coast of the United States, and we have no ability to see that on any radar or anything like that is, like, beyond anything. Like, China doesn't have the stealth capabilities that the U.S. has. I'm not sure if any other country does have the stealth capabilities that the U.S. has. Like, that's a really big deal that we have over China and Russia. It could be launched from a stealth sub that surfaces. If a stealth sub surfaces, it is no longer stealthy. Do you not know that, Lendergoat? It's not stealthy because just like some intrinsic property of it being like a stealth sub, right? It's stealthy because it's both a stealth sub and it's fucking underwater. it would still need to get caught on radar? Or like any of the other multitude of systems that we have that would be able to detect it. Yeah. Yeah, also, China is launching drones to fuck with New Jersey suburbs for some reason. Like NORAD detected the weather balloon? NORAD did detect the weather balloon. We detected it once it was over Alaska. And then it went through Canada. And then it went through the mainland United States. And tell me, pray, tell me how in the space of 2 years, China went from having to use a fucking weather balloon to spy on the United States to having such sophisticated fucking stealth technology that they were able to fucking sneak some sort of mothership right off the East Coast to start flying drones in that are not stealth capable, that the United States government has zero fucking concerns over. I've seen one or two of these drones where I live in rural Midwest. The size, speed, and movements could not have been anything else. Listen, I've seen like 4 videos today of these stupid fucking drones, and they're allegedly like the size of an SUV. I don't think that those things are like zipping about. Like, is there a video of the like an SUV sized drone zipping like crazy all over the place, or how's it going? Kame Yoriko. Yeah, I'm like, I would put like a 95% confidence in saying that it's probably our own shit, and like everyone freaking out that it's UFOs or that it's a foreign adversary, like need to like take a Xanax and chill. Got a new job, so been cruising? Well, look at this. We got fucking Emerald Legacy. I know that you're a Pokemon person, so. Okay. I think we're good on the drone topic again. Are we going to continue listening to Tim Pool for some reason?
The U.S. launching precision airstrikes in Syria, and Joe Biden announcing humanitarian aid. I wonder if the big story, in fact, is World War III. This headline it's being rewritten, or I should republished is a better way to put it. MoneyWise reported this in November.
Can't just fly in busy airspace while testing? You know what? I don't know what our laws around, I'm not going to lie. I don't know what our laws for the military are when they're doing top secret fucking, shit. I don't know what our law is when they want to test fucking drones. Not going to fucking lie. Now, if you have some sort of information that like says that it is super fucking illegal for the military to do that, Boeing and Lockheed, well, you're assuming that this isn't the military using Boeing and Lockheed fucking tech. Like, if it was Boeing and Lockheed just testing these things themselves, yeah, that would be one thing. But if we're talking about, like, the U.S. military, like, doing their first large-scale testing of this technology, that's another thing entirely, yes? Okay, we're listening to fucking Tim Pool, okay?
November 4th. World War III has already begun. Jamie Dimon warns, says he and his team are preparing for serious conflict with Russia and China. 3 assets to protect yourself in 2025. I got to be honest. This guy's CEO of JP Morgan Chase. He told the crowd World War III was imminent and nuclear proliferation was a greater existential threat than climate change. Quote, World War III has already begun. You already have battles on the ground being coordinated in multiple countries, Dimon said at the annual event in D.C. on October 24th. This is going back 2 months. Listen, here's what I want to tell you, my friends. Money talks, BS walks. How does Nancy Pelosi make her money? She has got privy to information. You think Jamie Dimon isn't being told what's going on? This is JP Morgan Chase. They're managing billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions probably, maybe more in their network. They need to know what's going on. Now, I'm not going to say this guy's got more intel than the United States intel community. Not that I trust them, but they know. They know what's happening. They know where boots are on the ground.
Let me read what he just said because I was paying too much attention to my game. The head of America's largest bank told an audience at the Institute of International Finance that his team is running scenarios in preparation for a global conflict involving nuclear powers. Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, told the crowd that war was imminent and nuclear proliferation was a greater existential threat than climate change. World War III has already begun. You already have battles on the ground coordinated in multiple countries. Cooperation between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea to dismantle the Western world order far outweighed any financial issues. And what is he taking from this article? 1 second, let me rewind. What is he taking from this statement?
Of JP Morgan Chase. He told the crowd World War III was imminent and nuclear proliferation was a greater existential threat than climate change. Quote, World War III has already begun. You already have battles on the ground being coordinated in multiple countries, Dimon said at the annual event in D.C. on October 24th. This is going back 2 months. Listen, here's what I want to tell you, my friends. Money talks, BS walks. How does Nancy Pelosi make her money? She has got privy to information. You think Jamie Dimon isn't being told what's going on? This is JP Morgan Chase. They're managing billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions probably, maybe more in their network. They need to know what's going on. Now, I'm not going to say this guy's got more intel than the United States intel community. Not that I trust them, but they know. They know what's happening. They know where boots are on the ground. They know the moves they're planning on making. I'm not saying they're good at it. I'm saying they know. We don't. Jamie Dimon comes out saying World War III has already begun. I'm going to start investing in these areas to protect my assets. I can only harken back to the story of the Napoleonic Wars. You have that story, and I'm just going to lighten it for you because I don't remember the full details. But basically, Napoleon loses. Some dude gets on his horse and runs full speed and goes and tell everybody, in fact, Napoleon has won. Stocks collapse. Everyone's in a panic. They start buying them up for pennies on the dollar. Then, turns out Napoleon lost. Stocks rebound, and they made themselves rich. Jamie Dimon, maybe he's saying this because he wants stocks to collapse so he can buy them up for pennies on the dollar. And then when news comes out, actually, the Western forces have crushed the East and it's over and there's no world war, he's going to be very, very rich. Okay, well, plan accordingly, I guess. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but Jamie Dimon says, here's 3 assets, or I'm sorry, MoneyWise is. And, I'm not going to tell you what to invest in, but a lot of people seem to like the idea of investing where Nancy Pelosi invests. Dimon also claimed that cooperation between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea to dismantle the Western world order far outweighed any financial issues. Western powers, including NATO allies, have been pitted against Russia. This we know. Curious timing. Dimon's alarming comments came on the same day as the conclusion of the BRICS summit, where Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa met with a group of non-Western countries in order to deepen the integration. Other countries included in the summit are Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates. You know what, man? Israel, U.S., and Turkey launched strikes to protect interests in Syria. The rebels Hayat Tahrir al-Sham free prisoners of the former President Bashar al-Assad who fled to Russia. You know, it's funny, just as an aside, there's a viral video of a guy I think it's in Ireland, and there's a bunch of Syrians cheering, and he's like, hey, what's going on, man? And they're like, Bashar al-Assad, he's been defeated. Syria's free. He goes, oh, you're going home then? Well, no, we're not going to go home. And he's like, oh, okay, all right. That one's real.
That's something that I would be really interested to see what happens in the next couple of, months to like years, is how many people start like going back to Syria now that the civil war is over. I mean, I guess it would totally depend on how things go with the change of government, but not many. I mean, I would assume probably not many it's probably not as nice living in Syria as it is living in fucking Germany or England or, fucking Italy or United States, but play this. Oh God.
6 seneden buradayım. Geldim buraya çalıştım. Ama şimdi yani Assad
I came here 6 years ago and have been working, but now that Assad is gone, I decided to go back immediately.
gittikten sonra hemen dönmeye
We're going to
karar
go
ettim.
back, now, but it's a little difficult. The line isn't moving. My family is there. I will see them, meet them. We're very happy Assad is
dönüyoruz.
gone.
Ama biraz yani zorlaşıyorlar. Yani sıra geçemiyor. Bu yaşıyoruz bu kadar.
There's no more torture. God willing, Syria will be better.
Ailem orada görüşeceğim, buluşacağım. Sevindik çok. Assad gitti. İşkence yok kalmadı. Yani Suriye inşallah daha iyi olacak.
I remember in high school there was a guy who transferred to my school. He was a Syrian refugee, and I was like his only friend. I think it must have been my senior year of high school, and I was like his only friend. I don't know whatever happened to him, but I remember one day I was like, "Hey man, you know what? You've never gone to a homecoming game. You've never gone to the homecoming dance. You know what? I'm going to drive you around." Yeah, it must have been my senior year because that's when I got my driver's license. Boy, oh, was I in for a surprise when I found out that he was a pro-Assad Syrian refugee. I was like, "Oh, you like him more, huh? Oh man." Even at 18, I was like, man, that Assad guy's kind of an asshole, right? Fuck. The UK government has offered Syrian refugees £1,000 to go back to Syria. £1,000? How much is that in US dollars? 1,000 pounds to dollars. That's $1,200 to go back to Syria? Bro, I wouldn't take that fucking deal. No shot. You became closer friends with him after that, didn't you? No, I mean, like, he was a very weird guy. He played tennis and I played tennis and we'd play tennis together. And he would tell me that he was like top 10 in Syria before he had to leave, but I mean, I was dog shit, okay? I was dog shit at tennis. And I was kicking his ass. And he was like, no, it's just because I've been out of practice, you know. But I went to a training camp with professional tennis players that would teach us. And he would lie about a whole bunch, but he was very passionate that Assad was going to win and that he was going to be able to go home. Yeah, Chris, I imagine they wouldn't go back. The real question is that how much that in Syrian currency? Let's do Syrian currency to US dollar. Syrian pounds to USD. $1,200 US dollars. Oh my God. Hold on. 1,200 US dollars is 15,602,226 Syrian pounds. I remember a few years on BBC, a man and his 6 kids, wife living in a big tent on Red Cross land, patiently waiting to go back home to Syria, which is a lot different from them knocking on our fences. I don't think that the U.S. took that many Syrian refugees. I think most of the Syrian refugees went to like Germany, Austria, and Italy, right? And Turkey, but then Turkey wouldn't take them. Every single regime change America has pushed for has turned out worse for the host country. The U.S. didn't choose this thing. The entire Middle East had the entire, the Arab Spring. Like, do you think the United States... Listen, this is what's so fucking frustrating about every single conversation about any foreign policy topic, literally fucking ever, is that, like, nothing ever happens unless the U.S. wills it. Like, does every single fucking country, every single fucking person in every single fucking country just like hold their breath until they get like the green light from the U.S. to fucking take a breath? The U.S. armed the rebel groups. The U.S. armed some rebel groups, and then Iran armed some rebel groups. They armed pro Assad groups, and we were trying to defend our allies in the Kurds. Like, it's not like we were like hardcore, like, yeah, let's go. Like, you guys hold your breath, okay? Hold your breath. Don't try to go against Assad until Egypt tries to overthrow their government, and Lebanon and Jordan and every other fucking country in the Arab world started having fucking protests. Like, it happened. And Iran was pushing their interests in Syria, which were directly affecting stuff that was going on with American interests in the Middle East. So, yeah, we were probably arming people who were going against our interests in the Middle East. But it's not because we were particularly, wanting to depose Assad because it was going to be great for America. Oh yeah. Also, yeah, the United States pushed for the post-Nazi government, post-Nazi Germany government, and that turned out pretty good. Have we not learned our lesson on arming/training terrorists yet? I'm sorry. Like, the idea that like literally every single fucking action that every single fucking world government takes is because the United States is like starting everything. And like, if you're an American, you just fucking hate America. Letner Goat, I know that you're like a super hardcore, like pro-Trump, like ride or die for Trump's cock every single fucking day. But like the idea, like, you fucking hate our country. If you think literally every single fucking thing that the US does is fucking evil, like, you fucking hate our country. Because this shit was going on, guess what? Under Donald Trump. Donald Trump arguably fucking was way worse in Syria than anything that Biden did. Bin Laden was trained by the CIA. I'm pretty sure that the Mujahideen were supported by the United States, and then the part of the Mujahideen that were allies with the United States then got killed by the people who were not friends with the United States. You think that every action the United States government takes is evil.
Now, the Kurds are fighting for their land, just so you understand. They're fighting for their land. And as somebody wrote in a very, very powerful article today, they didn't help us in the Second World War. They didn't help us with Normandy, as an example. They mentioned names of different battles.
Why would the fucking Kurds have been helping us in Normandy? Wait, I'm sorry. 5 years ago. This guy's fucking retarded.
Now, the Kurds are fighting for their land, just so you understand. They're fighting for their land. And as somebody wrote in a very, very powerful article today, they didn't help us in the Second World War. They didn't help us with Normandy, as an example. They mentioned names of different battles. They were there, but they're there to help us with their land, and that's a different thing. In addition to that...
didn't the Kurds, like, help us with counterinsurgency in Iraq? Didn't the Kurds, like, help us with, like, fighting terrorists in Iraq and Afghanistan and shit? Or am I fucking wrong on that? Don't you say Trump did this shit? What am I saying Trump did? I'm saying that, like, the idea that we shouldn't support our allies, the Kurds, because they didn't help us in Normandy is a fucking stupid thing to say, Adrianne. All right? Oh, yeah. Also, the Kurds helped us fuck ISIS up super hard, didn't they? So let me snuff out this candle. They help it. The Kurds weren't part of the fucking fight in Europe whatsoever. I don't like the World War II campaign that happened in, like, even remotely close to there, I think happened in North Africa, right? Why would the Kurds be involved in that whatsoever? And the only reason there was shit going on in North Africa is because Germany was invading over there because it fucked over England and France. Because they aren't our... Letting her go. I'm sorry. I fucking time him out for 24 hours. I can't deal with, like, the actual fucking, like microcephalic fucking, like, flipper baby fucking, like, 2.0 fucking IQ shit from letting her go today. Okay. I just want to stream. I haven't been able to stream in a week. I just want to, okay. Like, it's just fucking stupid. Like, I don't know how to explain to you that because the Kurds didn't help us in Normandy doesn't mean that we should abandon them today. Jesus Christ. Fuck, dude.
That we have spent tremendous amounts of money on helping the Kurds in terms of ammunition.
And they've helped us. They've used that ammunition to kill terrorists. I can't watch it, okay? We've got to get through this video.
Really funny. These Syrian refugees, they ain't leaving. They got their country back, right? Yeah, no. There's going to be more refugees. It's only going to get worse. Hey, Forbes has the story. World War III.
Oh, sorry. If you're like talking to me, like asking me why I'm saying the things I'm saying, I'm responding to. I'm streaming on YouTube in 2 locations, and I'm also streaming to Twitch. Okay, so I was responding to someone in Twitch chat. The Kurds were in World War II. Oh fuck, were they on our side? Internet gas. Were they on our side? Oh, they were on our side, so fuck him. He's wrong there. Who wrote the article? It's not an article. These are his own words. What are you talking about? Trump is wrong. Kurds fought the Nazi-supported Iraqi government. Jesus Christ.
III has already begun, and businesses need to take note. I don't disagree. I mean, let's ask this question: What is World War?
Oh, he's citing an article. Okay, let's hear it again. Okay, now I'll listen to this. I just want to.
Now the Kurds are fighting for their land. Just so you understand, they're fighting for their land. And as somebody wrote in a very, very powerful article today, they didn't help us in the.
He didn't say who it was. The comments, where were the Americans when the brave Greeks fought the Persians at Thermopylae in 480 BC?
China is making moves on Taiwan consistently, but it's soft power as of right now. You've got war in Eastern Europe. You've got undersea cables were severed. Now, they're saying it was a Chinese vessel dragging its anchor, and it severed communications in the Baltic. You've got Middle Eastern conflict escalating to I mean, let's just talk about where we're at. You've got October 7th, the war with Palestine, Israel. That's been going on for some time. But then Israel goes to war with Lebanon. Lebanon's been firing Israel forever. This conflict isn't just starting overnight. Iran launches missiles into Israel. Israel fires back. You've got Iranian-backed proxies in Iraq attacking U.S. troops. You've got the Houthi rebels blowing up ships in the Red Sea.
Yeah.
And now Syria's collapsed. Israel, U.S., and Turkey, they're firing.
Syria collapsing is probably like a good thing for the United States, because the reason that fucking Hezbollah and Hamas are able to get resupplied is because guess what? Guess who's behind that? It's Iran. And guess where they send them missiles through? They send them through motherfucking Syria. Like, is this motherfucker retarded?
They're launching strikes in Syria. I don't see this ending anytime soon. And my concern is that they're launching in the most extreme ways in an effort to make it so that Trump cannot negotiate his way out of this. I'm hearing rumors that Putin's basically he's like, Trump's not ending this. That Trump's going to come in and Trump's going to play a heavy hand saying, we will nuke you. And Russia's going to say, we have no choice. It is done. The issue being Russia is on the verge of potentially losing 2 massive naval bases in Sevastopol, and they have lost Tartus. They've likely lost it. The reports here, let me show you this one. This is Newsweek. Russian Navy evacuates second key base this year. This is from the 4th. Russia is moving vessels from its naval base in Syria amid the escalating insurgency against Bashar al-Assad. It has been reported.
Do you think Tim Pool wears the beanie tight enough to have Gamerhead? Can someone here's my thing. When it Gamer Skull, I know what you're talking about with the dent over the top. Like, it's possible, but like, here's my question. How's it going, Bandera? I get a feeling. Okay. Anyways, here's my thing. If you're balding, because like I thought about this long and hard because there was a good chance due to, my family, like there's, especially on my mom's side, which is allegedly where the balding gene comes from. There are a lot of bald dudes on my mom's side. So I was like, you know what? I'm probably going to go bald by the time I turn 25. And, I got to make a decision, and I feel like the only thing to do if you're balding, right? You either got to go hard into the finasteride and using the Rogaine and shit. Like you gotta commit to that. And don't be fucking embarrassed about it. Like if you don't want to be bald, don't be bald. Right? But like you either do that or just fucking shave it all off. Right? Don't do the whole wraparound thing. All right? Go to Turkey and get plugs. Don't wear a fucking, like, I feel like the only thing worse than having the wraparound is wearing a fucking beanie every single fucking day of your life, Just, like, fuck. I don't even think that going bald is that fucking embarrassing. It feels like people put way too much on that. But there's exactly one photo of this motherfucker on the entire internet at any event whatsoever, whether he's wearing a suit and tie or whether he's wearing a fucking hoodie like he is now, of him without a fucking beanie.
I'm looking for Tim Pool. Have you seen him? I don't even know who that is.
Is Tim Pool around here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to steal his hat.
We'll find Canada.
It's a moment of truth.
Billboards all across the arbiters of what is definition of the word big. And you are noticeable.
All right. Have a good day.
Bro, you come near me ever again, you won't have any teeth. You understand that?
I understand.
Don't fucking touch me. We have a right. Do you realize?
I mean, like, you shouldn't fucking touch someone. I'm not gonna lie. You shouldn't touch someone. You shouldn't try and take their fucking hats and stuff, right? But, like, I just, like, don't understand why the fucking beanie, like year-round, no matter what event you're going to, like, that... Maybe I'm an asshole for even talking about it, but it just feels like at a certain point, like, just fucking rock it, dude. It's his brand at this point. If you're at a fucking like suit and tie dinner and you're wearing your fucking beanie to hide your bald head, I feel like it's not just your brand. I think it's your insecurity, Your concern with Tim Pool is concerning. I mean, like, I I don't concern myself with Tim Pool all that much. I hate watching his fucking videos, but people link me his videos all the time to fucking watch. But like, I just don't understand the, like, living with that amount of insecurity your entire fucking life. Like, when you're as much of a public figure as Tim Pool is, like, just fucking rock it, dude. Goddamn. One second. Like, look at this shit, dude. Look at this shit, dude. Why are you living like this? Why are you living like this? It doesn't look good. Just shave the rest of your head. All right? Fucking rock the beard. No hair on top. That's a masculine look. That's cool. That's fine. I feel bad for him on that, okay? I think he's a retard. I think he's probably just like a hyper insecure person that wants people to like him. And that's why he wears the fucking beanie, because if people see that he's bald, maybe people won't like him. I don't know. He'd wear a beanie to the beach? I unironically think so. My kid's 27, just shaved it off. So many kids are losing their hair and they don't have any stress. My son hates it. He feels too young, but he's cool. I mean, yeah, like, again, like I there was a good chance that I was going to start losing my hair just because of genetics, but I was lucky, right? I had my hair down to like my waist until not long ago because I was like, I'm going to rock my long hair as long as I have hair. All right, because I figured it was just going to all fall out at some point, but if it hasn't already, then I'm feeling pretty confident in having the short hair now, you know? If Tim would full shave it, he could finally destroy the left. Yes. It's the only thing holding him back. This beanie is his Rock Lee training weights, okay?
Reported Russia was unable to assist Assad in maintaining control of Syria because of the war in Ukraine. And so it's fair to say the war's not going very well for Russia. Now, I want to go back to what I was saying about the potentialities here. Russia could collapse, and we could avoid World War III. I don't know for sure, because there's a lot we don't know. But there's many pro-war individuals saying Russia will not use nukes. Russia will likely collapse. There will be an internal struggle. Putin will...
Listen, Russia is in a really tough spot right now. Iran is in a really tough spot right now. Unironically, the fall of Syria probably was... I don't know if I would say like the nail in the coffin, but it's a major blow to these guys at this point. It ain't looking good for them. And China is looking at their allies that they've kind of accrued over the past couple of years. And they're saying, well, fuck, we're like the only ones left standing with any, you know, decent economy and like decent military left. I don't know if a World War III situation like people are talking about is likely to happen at this point, just because I don't think that they could really back it up with anything, you know?
Will be removed and the country will fall, not unlike the Soviet Union. I don't know that I believe that, though. I believe that Putin, you know, it's funny because they say, oh, Vladimir Putin is a dictator and he's a despot and all these really awful things. And I'm like, then consider what he would do if he's about to lose control of his country. Is this a guy willing to do anything to maintain the power that he has? Someone who's going to roll over? I think the dude's probably got a remote control for...
He probably thinks he isn't hard looking enough. Unironically, it is one of the hardest looks to have the shaved head. Like, not... Like, if you shave your head and you have the beard, that's a hard fucking look. You look hard as fuck, all right? That's like a biker fucking, you know, just fucking do it.
For a nuke launcher in his pocket.
We stan, all right? We stan our bald kings, all right? I do not, like, again, I'm not making fun of him for being bald. I'm making fun of him for being too insecure about his baldness to fucking just, like, rock it. I'm a big proponent of people just rocking what they got.
Pocket. And he's got another...
Wait, did he just say rocket?
I think the dude's probably got a remote control for a nuke launcher in his pocket. And he's got another buddy that he trusts. And he basically says to everybody, you knife me in the back, we're firing every nuke we got in every direction, and you guys are included. I don't see Vladimir Putin is the kind of guy to be like, well, we'll lose power. Goodbye. Doubt it. He has said if facing an existential threat, they will fire nuclear weapons. How do you handle this? I don't know.
What is an existential threat? Does Tim Pool think legitimately that we're like in a position where we're going to fucking I don't know, invade Russia? Why would we don't have any need to invade Russia? We don't really have like the desire to do that. Oh my God. Please. I have one Pokeball left. Please. Fuck me, dude. That would include his own people overthrowing him? Well, who is he going to fucking nuke if his own people are overthrowing him? At that point, would it matter to him? I don't think, as much as people say he's like a crazed madman, I don't think that if he hasn't used his crazed madman mind to nuke fucking Ukraine at this point, I don't think that he's going to just like fucking slap the red button because he's getting overthrown. I just don't think that's something that's going to happen. He just launched ICBMs as a test to see our response. He launched ICBMs to say like, oh, we're going to nuke you guys next time. Oh, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. They said that after every single escalation in this war. Every single time Russia escalates something, we let Ukraine do a little something extra, you know, a little something. And then they're like, oh, we're going to nuke you guys. We're going to nuke you guys. It's been 2 fucking years of Russia getting fucking like taking it from behind. Okay. All things considered, given the fact that they're supposed to be the second most powerful like military in the world, you know? Didn't say it, though. He did. No. What I'm saying is like they did launch non-nuclear ICBMs and they said, hey, and these are nuclear capable. We could put a nuclear warhead on these things. That's what the point of that ICBM launch was, right? And I don't know, like, I mean, if he launches nuclear weapons, like, I don't think that anyone's going to come to his aid. I don't think that anything good is going to happen for Russia out of that. I just don't see someone even as fucking bad as Putin just launching nukes into the fucking ether because he's a sore loser. Like that's pretty like James Bond villain-esque. All right. I don't think he's James Bond villain-esque. I think he's very self-serving. Could also be low-grade artillery. Well, if that's the case, then I ain't worried about the fucking nukes because I'm all the way over here. You don't think he could do it if he's facing death? But if he's facing death, the assumption would be like, okay, I'm Putin. I'm about to, there's people knocking on the palace doors. Oh, man. Well, I guess I'm going to launch a nuke because that's going to stop me from dying? Like, who is he going to fucking nuke at that point? That's what I'm asking, Letner. And to people watching in short stream, I'm responding to multiple chats. Tim's been playing too much Fallout. I mean, he's been playing too much Fallout for the past fucking forever, you know? Also, really quick, and I haven't done any kind of shilling for the past, like, 2 hours, you know? If you guys like my content, if you like me, if you just think I'm really, really pretty, consider subscribing to the channel, all right? You guys can go to, guess what? If you go to youtube.com and you type into the search bar, Sondsol, you can find me. Or if you're watching on Shorts, you can just click on my face, right? And look, I have a YouTube channel right here. YouTube channel. And I want to break 2,000 subscribers here pretty soon. All right? We have content that we post from live streams where I debate people. All right? There's lots of debates on my stream. So, if you guys like that sort of stuff, or if you want to see what my perspective is on something, and if you disagree with it, you're more than welcome to come on my stream. But you got to subscribe to the channel, you got to watch some of my videos, etc., etc. All right? I've subscribed, pretty boy. Thank you. I appreciate it. And the last part of my shill, all right, because we're going to be wrapping up here not too long, all right? If you guys like the stream, double tap the thing. And if you guys want to help me afford Christmas presents and bills, I feel a little bit guilty because I haven't been able to get everyone really nice Christmas presents. I'm a poor guy, working class, still getting through college, all right? There's a nice link right there. Goes straight to my bank account. And you guys can also, if you guys like me and want to engage with me when I'm not streaming, there's a Discord server that you can join. And there's a link for it right there. And if you guys click on that, you'll be linked to the Discord. You guys can join there. You guys can post articles and shit like that, or videos that you want me to go over on stream. Or you guys can jump into a voice call with me and argue with me and tell me how much of a big, dumb fucking retard I am for disagreeing with you. All right, we're going to try and finish this before I have to end stream, okay?
I do not know. The Syrian port of Tartus has been a key hub for Russian vessels for more than 5 decades and has grown in importance at the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, giving Moscow a Mediterranean presence and bulwark against NATO. The port in Tartus hosts 2 Russian Gorshkov-class frigates and 1 Grigorovich-class frigate, 2 auxiliaries, and an...
Okay, gas. This is the last link I'm clicking on.
If Putin did go crazy and decided to launch a nuclear missile, it still might not actually happen because...
The way that the military is structured in Russia, the commanders have independent jurisdiction over the missile they command.
Really? In Russia?
In the United States, it's not like that.
Really?
In the United States, the president says launch, he gives a code, and
done.
Everybody launches. In Russia, he says launch, and each individual commander has to say launch.
Which means that if the CIA were running an intelligence assessment and determined that
99% of commanders would not take the order, that might be all the United States needs to be like, well, let's go in and take out Putin.
If Putin did go crazy...
improved Kilo-class submarine, according to Naval News. However, open-source analysts, MT Anderson posted on X, formerly Twitter, satellite imagery from November 30th and December 3rd that it said showed that Moscow had removed all vessels. They knew this was coming. This is wild stuff, man. This got me worried. Let me take you back in time, my friends, to give you some understanding of where we're at. And what I will do is I'm going to pull up an old Google Maps here so we can talk about some cursory news, I say. That means I'm not an intel guy. I don't know exactly. So if we take a look at the region, we can see, let's go over here. Let's zoom out a little bit to Russia.
That guy's such a fake former CIA operative. I mean, listen, I don't know. I just clicked on the link, okay? I'm not taking it for like 100%. Like, again, I don't even think that nuclear war is in the foreseeable future, whatever. All right, I'll catch you later, Adrianne. Yeah, I just want to get through this video, and then I am fucking starving, and I'm hoping that we can get, like, fucking Chinese food tonight. I haven't had Chinese food in, like, 6 months.
And here we go. So here's Syria. The reporting is that, going back a long time ago, the U.S. wanted to build a natural gas pipeline from Iraq through Syria, through Turkey, I wish we could remove the city names, and into Europe. This is because there's a massive gas pipeline going through Ukraine that controls about a fifth to a quarter of natural gas into Europe. It's Gazprom. I know if you've watched my shows, you've heard me talk about it quite a bit. And so what ends up happening is Syria straight up tells the U.S., we will not allow you to build this pipeline because our ally Russia would be upset that you're offsetting their
Wait, hold on. Is he saying that wait, hold on. Did I miss like the most retarded statement of all fucking time? Hold on.
And what I will do is I'm going to pull up an old Google Maps here so we can talk about some cursory news, I say. That means I'm not an intel guy. I don't know exactly. So if we take a look at the region, we can see, let's go over here. Let's zoom out a little bit to Russia. And here we go. So here's Syria. The reporting is that going back a long time ago, the U.S. wanted to build a natural gas pipeline from Iraq through Syria, through Turkey. I wish we could remove the city names.
Okay.
And into Europe.
That's not what I've ever heard. I've never heard of this pipeline. I've heard of the one that Georgia wanted to build that went through the Black Sea and then through Ukraine into Europe. And then Russia obviously has been fucking with them forever. How's it going, Jam Skater?
Because there's a massive gas pipeline going through Ukraine that controls about a fifth to a quarter of natural gas into Europe. It's Gazprom. I know if you've watched my shows, you've heard me talk about it quite a bit. And so what ends up happening is Syria straight up tells the U.S., we will not allow you to build this pipeline because our ally Russia would be upset that you're offsetting their gas company, Gazprom, their access to Europe. Europe is upset and the West is upset because the gas prices are too high and it's restricting the growth of the European economy. And so the U.S. says, we're building this. Well, surprise, surprise. What ends up happening is Russia and Iran say, let's tap the same natural gas field. We'll build the pipeline through Syria and Turkey. And then we have even more control in the region. Sure enough, Syria falls into civil war with the U.S. backing the rebels.
Syria didn't start. This didn't happen in a vacuum as a result of that, though. Like, he's ignoring the entire Arab Spring, dude. There's the entire Arab Spring. Like, look, there's Egypt. There's fucking, how many fucking countries? Arab Spring. Which countries? Arab Spring countries. Tunisia, Algeria, Jordan, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Syria, Yemen, Djibouti, Sudan, Palestine, Iraq, Bahrain, Libya, Kuwait, Morocco, Mauritania? I don't know that one. That's crazy. A country I don't know. And at the borders of both Lebanon and Israel. Like, this didn't happen as a result, like, oh no, they're going to civil war all of a sudden because the U.S. didn't get its... When was this pipeline? What can I look up for this pipeline? Iraq, Syria, Turkey... pipeline. Okay, that's not it because that was defunct in 1952. Okay, this is what it says, because claimed Syria's rationale for... Wait, this was a Qatar proposal. This wasn't even a United States. The Qatar-Turkey pipeline was a proposal to build a natural gas pipeline from the Iranian-Qatari South Pars North Dome gas whatever towards Turkey, where it would connect with this pipeline to supply European customers as well as Turkey. One proposed route to Turkey was via Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Syria. Another was through Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Iraq. The Agence France Presse, the French international news agency, claimed Syria's rationale for rejecting the Qatar proposal was to protect the interests of its Russian ally, which is Europe's top supplier of natural gas. So this is what he's talking about. It's been proposed that that's a possible thing. But what was the timeline on this? That's what I want to know. When was it proposed? As far back as 2009. The sources here go back as far as 2009. But It was the U.S.'s idea, even though it was something that was proposed by Qatar. Jesus Christ. Everything. Remember, guys, according to like half of the fucking country right now, nothing in the world happens unless the United States instigates it. There's literally not a single fucking thing in the entire fucking world that could possibly happen without the United States pointing and saying, hey, start something over here. Nobody has any aspirations. Nobody has any fucking, goals for their fucking countries. Nobody fucking has anything going on in their countries that doesn't relate to the United States. And everyone's just sitting on their fucking hands with their thumb on their ass, waiting for the United States to tell them to go to war with someone else. Jesus fucking Christ.
And now, just before Donald Trump is to take office, the war escalates. Assad, the government collapses. And now what? Tartus is right up here. This is a Russian.
By the way, I have to end in like 2 minutes, okay? I'm not watching the rest of this. Like, everything this guy says is just a fucking lie, dude. It's so unbelievable. Like, the fucking level of fucking insanity that you have to go through to fucking justify a single one of his fucking statements is unfucking believable. Yeah, sorry, Litner Goat. I have to go. We have to eat food. Unfortunately, for the human body, nourishment is required. But real quick, before I do end, I do want to once more just call out, all right? Do just want to quickly call out this. Look at this. Go to YouTube if you're watching, all right? Sondsol, all right? I am... Wait, what? Sondsol going to watch Destiny. What? Why? Is something happening? Go to my YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button, all right? That's what I am working on right now. There's too much in my life for me to focus on any kind of like making videos right now. The editor is just doing that out of the kindness of his heart, okay? So if you guys want to support him, okay? I saw his stream thumbnail on your homepage. Oh, okay. If you guys want to support him and you want to support me, subscribe to the channel, etc., etc. Is there anything else that I want to push? Oh, yeah, really quick. I've been telling you guys about this, but I haven't been posting it very much. Hey, guys, really quick. If you guys want to support me also, there is another way that you guys can support me. There is a link to my Patreon. I have just created a Patreon like a couple of days ago. All right. I'm probably going to start doing more, like, I hate to say it, but more mature content. When I say mature, I mean, like, I'm really thinking about like writing out articles and like really laying out my positions in full. And like writing articles based off of what I'm seeing in mainstream news versus what I'm seeing in alternative media, and like giving my take on it in like a more cohesive fashion. So if you guys want to help out a brother on that kind of goal and, possibly get other bonuses depending on if things do good there, that's a great way to let me know that that's something you guys want to see by going to the Patreon and subscribing to it. All right. I love you guys very much. It has been a fun stream. Hopefully I'll be able to stream within the next couple of days, but I don't know, just because life has a way of fucking us all in the ass. So I love you guys very much, and I'll catch you guys next time, all right? Bye-bye.